hit subscribe. Subscribe to my guy, Uncle D. Tell him Big Bass sent you.
Spurling. I'm an attorney here in Houston, Texas, an advocate for black men, largely because I am a black man. I'm a black father, I have black sons. Hey man, I do what I do.
What's up? What's up? What's up? Welcome everybody. Welcome to the broadcast. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. You guys hit the #1 button. Let me know that you are in here. I want to give a big shout out to everybody who's up in here, man. We are having ourselves a heck of a week. We are rolling. We are doing what we do. We are learning. We are, man, we're having a good time. I want to make sure I acknowledge Mr. 43TX. I want to make sure I acknowledge Passport King. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for your time and energy and hanging out with me all these years. And I appreciate you all rolling with me on this transition over where we talk about a lot of things. Shout out to FBA National. I appreciate you guys. #1, make sure you let me know where you're checking in from and hit the #1 button, because what we do here is we put ourselves #1. Okay, so unlike anybody else, you're #1. You're the #1 up in here. Okay, so make sure you do that, man. But anyway, you guys make sure you subscribe to the channel. We need to try to get 100,000 new subscribers here. It's been a journey. It's been 4 years for me working on this. I remember some of you guys with me when I had a couple thousand people here, and now we're on the cusp of actually making a real precedent. I mean, it's not often you get somebody who can make without gimmicks and just really put in that work. You know, and I appreciate you guys with me all this time. Sometimes, family, I could definitely better, but you guys are waiting for. Let me know, how is the sound? I need to know how the sound. Does the sound good? Are you guys hearing me loud and clear? Does it sound good? Is the sound good? If the sound is good, #1, we want to make sure we do that. If the sound is good, then let me know. All right, you can do that by hitting the #1 button. Somebody said, take heed to the message sent me, baby. Baby D is rolling. Oh, my God. Baby D is, you know what? Baby D is going to make an appearance tonight. I have a special guest. Somebody said the volume could be a little bit higher. I have a special guest who will be joining us at some point this week, okay? Probably not today, okay? But the special guest will join us. And, I am not afraid of critics, okay? I'm 100% with the critics. I want to hear what the critics have to say. You know, I don't run away from the critics, okay? And so, what I'm going to do is I'm going to let an African critic come in, okay? Somebody said my screen is freezing. Somebody said the screen is freezing. Is the screen still freezing, you guys? Is the screen freezing? Oh, somebody said, whoa, it's loud. Is it loud? Now, y'all can't keep complaining now. We're going to do what we do. I just turned the volume up. But let's go ahead and get down to it. Welcome to the broadcast, family. Welcome again. My name is Dennis Spurling. And how do we get here is the question you should be asking yourself. And I'm going to let you guys see a video that popped up on my For You page. And I'll kind of let you guys hear it for yourself. It was kind of caught me off guard. And I just thought, well, this is It's pretty rough. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick so you guys can hear what I have to, where this came from. And, we'll see. We'll see where it goes. But what I like to do here on my broadcast is I like to kind of set the precedent. Check this out. Hit the number 1 button if you can hear it clearly.
To my fellow Native Americans out there, don't forget that the African Americans are also colonizers, just as much as the white man. Don't believe their hype.
Mexicans literally enslaved Native American. They helped the Spanish and the Anglo-Saxons. They used to raid, Native American.
I'm gonna let you guys hear that again. I want you guys to hear that again.
Reminder to my
All right, we're back, you guys. Make sure you hit the number 1 button if you can hear me clearly. Let me know you can hear me clearly. Sometimes I have to reset the system. I have a lot of stuff running at the same time. So I got to do what I got to do. But the sound should be good. I had a video playing. I'm going to let it play again because I want you guys to hear clearly why I want you guys to understand exactly why we're having this conversation. So I'm going to try to run this video back once again. Let me know if you can hear it clearly.
a reminder to my fellow Native Americans out there. Don't forget that the African Americans are also colonizers, just as much as the white man. don't believe their hype.
Mexicans literally enslaved Native Americans and sold them. They helped the Spaniards and the Anglo-Saxons. They used to raid, Native Americans' villages. They take their kids, the Apache kids, the Navajo kids, strip them of their culture and force Hispanic culture on them. They baptized them. They converted them into Catholics, like forced Catholic onto them and Spanish onto them, while helping the Spaniards. And then they turned around and helped the U.S. military raid Native Americans, like ambush Native Americans. So Mexicans are colonizers. They still are colonizers, right? Mexico was colonized. You should be warning the Native Americans about the Mexicans. Y'all was literally in cahoots with the Spaniards and white Americans, selling Native Americans while it was illegal.
We should have known this was coming because people are doing everything they can to try to get black people off the bench, okay? And that's what you see going on. They're doing everything they possibly can to shame black people into participating in these ICE raids and basically acting as, a shield between them and what's going on right now. And black folks are like, no, we're going to rest. We're just going to keep resting, and we're not going to do anything other than enjoy our lives and focus on our own families. And so now you have folks talking about black Americans of all people were colonizers. Okay? They just won't leave us alone. And so because they won't leave us alone, now I have to do what I have to do, and I think you all will learn something tonight. Now, this is gonna, I hope, go pretty quick, but and I think you guys probably already understand, hey, we're definitely not colonizers. We didn't come over here to colonize anybody. Matter of fact, most of us came over here or have relatives that came over here in the belly of ships against our will. So because of that, how do you get colonizer from that? But nevertheless, we're going to approach this from a point of view, intelligent, learn, thoughtful. I might crack a few jokes every now and then because at some point it just gets ridiculous. But let me do this real quick. I'm going to take a quick break and we'll jump right back in and we'll do what we do. Y'all make sure y'all hit the number one button. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you like. Make sure you share these videos because you're not going to find this level of quality everywhere. All right. So look, do what you're supposed to do right now. Hit the like button. And when you finish hitting the like button, I'll be right back.
In this Spurling podcast, click your mouse pad. Yeah, we out back. Hit the like, hit subscribe. Don't just hate watch, cause we outside. Let them hate watch, go and play pop. We just lay back. We don't play that. We don't play back. We don't play back. We go way back. Black men, yeah, we earn something. Tune in, gotta learn something. Uncle D podcast bump it. Likes up, hit the sub button. Black men, yeah, we earn something. Tune in, gotta learn something. Uncle D podcast bump it. Likes up, hit the sub button. This is Dennis Spurling podcast. Don't just hate watch, hit subscribe and let them know we outside. Don't hold hate, donate. Super chat, cash app. Put something in the collection plate. Church.
I want y'all to make sure y'all hit the number one button. And we're going to kind of get back to what we like to do over here, man. I need y'all to check in at a certain point when it's time to check in. I need to checking in to start happening again. We got to go ahead and get this algorithm pumping. Okay, welcome back to the broadcast. This is the Dennis Spurling podcast, and today I'm speaking directly to foundational Black Americans, and I want to be clear from the start, we're not interested in assimilating, okay? Not into whiteness, not into anyone else's political fantasy either. And for generations, Black Americans were told that assimilation was the price of safety, acceptance, and equality. And we paid that price in full. We spoke the language. We practiced the religion. We fought in all of the wars. We followed the laws. We worked the land. And we built the country. And still, we were lynched, segregated, redlined, imprisoned, and excluded. And that makes one thing obvious to me. Assimilation was never the deal. Denial was. So when Black Americans reject assimilation today, that isn't rebellion, it's intelligence, it's experience, it's memory. But here's where the conversation gets uncomfortable and necessary. Rejecting assimilation into whiteness does not mean we're obligated to unify with everyone who is not white. Somebody type black and brown in the chat room. Somebody type black and brown in the chat room, especially with groups that historically chose proximity to white power, adopted white systems, and in some cases went so far as to embrace chattel slavery, slave catching, racial caste, and Jim Crow style laws against Black people. And when we say brown in this conversation, we're not speaking vaguely. We're talking about the descendants of Native American elites who assimilated into whiteness in Spanish colonial systems built on European conquest and African enslavement. We're talking about people who didn't just suffer under white supremacy, they participated in it. They benefited from it and they enforced it against Black bodies. And that history matters because you don't get to profit from Black slavery, deny Black freedom, exclude Black descendants, and then turn around and lecture Black Americans about morality, unity, or belonging here. There's no moral authority there. And today, when many of these same groups align politically with white power, they vote for it, they defend it, they seek protection under it, and then complain when the consequences come knocking. Don't expect Black Americans to rush in as shock absorbers. We didn't create this mess, and we're not here to clean it up. This broadcast is about clarity, not comfort. It's about truth, not slogans. And it's about Black self-interest grounded in history, not fake coalitions, but built on selective memory. And if that makes people uncomfortable, well, then it is what it is. Okay? Now, before we go any further, we have to deal with a part of history that's constantly ignored, minimized, or romanticized. Now, as I started off at the top of the hour, there's a video out where a young man is saying that Black America, he's telling Hispanic Americans or Latin Americans or Native Americans that Black Americans are colonizers. Okay, and I'm going to let this video play again so we can keep it succinct. I want you guys to hear what is being said, because this is the new angle to try to guilt us into, coming off the bench, or at least galvanize folks against us. Listen to this.
This is just a reminder to my fellow Native Americans out there. Don't forget that the African Americans are also colonizers just as much as the white man. Don't believe their hype.
Mexicans literally enslaved Native Americans and sold them.
This is just a reminder to my fellow Native Americans out there. Don't forget that the African Americans are also colonizers just as much as the white man. Don't believe their hype.
Mexicans.
All right, so colonizer. So we're colonizers now, okay? It's funny, and they don't speak, in order to be a colonizer or a successful colonizer, the group that you're colonizing has to speak your language, eat your food, adopt your religion. You basically co-opt their resources. You take their things. That's not Black Americans, okay? But because we need to put a death nail in this argument before it gets carried away, because some idiot will take that and run with it. It'll be a talking point somewhere. All right. And so that's what we're going to deal with now. We're going to deal with the real life aspect. So before we go any further, we have to deal with who was colonized. He's referring to Native Americans being colonized by people who came here from the Eastern world. Okay. But again, Slavery didn't begin with Europe. Okay, Europeans didn't bring slavery to the United States. Okay. Now, they had slavery in the old world, but here's the thing you have to understand. Nearly every major civilization in human history practiced slavery in some form, and Native American societies were no exception. So they had slaves, all right? Across North America, many tribes enslaved people. They captured during raids and warfare. Men, women, children were taken. They were controlled. They were forced to labor. And later, Native nations also held white captives and also enslaved black people from the colonial period all the way through the Civil War. So before this country was even formed, Native Americans had captured black people and made them slaves. And that fact not only destroys the myth of their moral innocence, because see, what they want to be able to do is say, well, we are the only ones who weren't colonizers. All you all were colonizers, even though we know that's not true. How can a slave be a colonizer? How can a colonizer bring someone over here in bondage, force them to stay, force them to work for 246 years, get this land all laid out like it is now, and then you refer to them as colonizers? Okay, we'll roll with that. But again, before European contact, native slavery was usually tied to war, not race. Captives were often taken to replace tribe members killed in battle or to perform labor. In some cases, especially with children, those captives were adopted and raised into the tribe. And a famous example of that is a white woman named Cynthia Ann Parker. She was captured as a child and she was raised among the Comanche. When she was further later forced back into white society, she never really recovered. And her story often used to humanize Native captivity systems. But, you know, here's the thing. Notice how quickly the conversation changed when the captives were black. Now, once Europeans arrived, everything shifted. As European colonial economies expanded, some Native American tribes chose to assimilate. And when I say some, I mean most. They assimilated into that white power structure. That included adopting racial slavery, plantation, agriculture, and property laws modeled directly on Southern slave states. Did you all know that? Did you all know that Native Americans had black codes? Do you know that they had their own equivalent? You're going to learn something tonight. And so the next time somebody fixes their lips to disrespect black people in our struggle, I want to make sure you put them all the way in check. Now, let's get down to the nitty gritty. By the 1700s, nearly early 1800s, Native slavery in many regions overlapped directly with European slave markets. So it wasn't just white men purchasing slaves from the slave market down in New Orleans. It was Native Americans doing it also. All right, and not just in wherever they had a slave market. All right, and a clear example of that was Sagawa, and he was captured as a child by Hidatsa raiding party and enslaved, and later sold to the French Canadian trader Toussaint Charbonneau. And her life shows how Native captivity systems were folded into colonial slavery networks. Shout out to Mark Freelancers. Thank you so much. And as the white influence grew, slavery inside from Native nations hardened into full chattel slavery, where black people were treated as permanent property. Yes. All you Indians out there, everybody keep telling me you from Cherokee. I've been waiting to hit y'all with this. This has been a long time coming. All you Cherokees and Creeks and Navajos and all y'all Seminoles, yeah, come on in. I want all you Indians to come up and all you blacks that want to be Indian, come up and let me tell you what your people did. By the time we finish with this broadcast, you're gonna be running so far away from that so-called Native American heritage, you're gonna be like, damn, they were horrible. They were as bad as the white people. We always have this picture that Native Americans just suffered under colonialism. But what they never tell you is that they actually copied it. They passed black slave codes. They enforced racial hierarchy. They hunted down escaped black people. They built wealth off black bodies. And once you make that choice, you don't get to hide behind victimhood later. And this history isn't mentioned to provoke guilt, it's mentioned to establish the truth. You gonna sit up here and call us colonizers in hopes that they can claim moral authority over black Americans now that we've decided to rest, now that we're not willing to put our bodies out on the line anymore? Now we're colonizers? They want to lecture us on unity. When that didn't work, they want to accuse us of being colonizers. I guess they're counting on history to be forgotten. But because of me, it won't be. Not while I have breath in my body. Now see, Native American societies didn't just practice slavery, they fought to keep it. Let me explain something to you. Did you know that they had slavery in Alaska? Indigenous groups in Alaska, such as the Tlingit, they call it the Tlingit, the Haida, and the Tishamian. I'm not going to say the name, but they practiced slavery as well. After the Civil War was fought, 20 years after the Civil War, people were still fighting to get free from them. This is long after slavery was abolished in the United States. Alaska wasn't purchased to 1867. And even after that transfer of power, the indigenous slavery continued into the 1880s. It was open and it was violent. And in 1886, a Tlingit man named Sagawau, he escaped bondage and he fled and he sought protection. And what followed was a landmark federal case, United States versus the Tlingit slave owners of 1886, where the U.S. judge directly confronted the indigenous, these innocent slaveholding people. The court didn't describe mild captivity or cultural misunderstanding. It described buying, selling human beings, physical mutilations. You know what that means? It means cutting, bending. It means killings after the death of the master, and the punishment carried out purely at the owner's discretion. So if you died and you want all your slaves to be killed afterward, that's all you had to do is let them know this is what you want. They'll kill all your slaves. And of course, the judge ruled plain that, hey, look, you know what? This is a violation of the 13th Amendment, and it's got to end. And see, that ruling matters because it shows something critical. Native American slaveholders, they resisted abolition until they were forced to stop. And these Alaskan systems predated the European contact and was not originally race-based, okay? They would enslave each other, and enslaved people were usually other indigenous captives, even through warfare, but it was hereditary. Sometimes you were born into being a slave. It was permanent, and it was extremely violent. And when the court intervened, it wasn't any African chattel slavery. It was shutting down an indigenous slave trade that refused to die on its own. And so when Europeans arrived in America, slavery changed, but Native American participation didn't disappear. They're like, oh, this is the way y'all do it? Cool. The European colonial economies expanded slavery. It became racialized, it became permanent, it became profit-driven. And lots of Native American tribes already connected to the trade networks chose to integrate themselves into the system. They didn't just tolerate it, they participated, they benefited from it, they copied it. Where all the Cherokees at? Where everybody with a grandma who was a full-blooded Cherokee is? Come on in here. You know those Native Americans in that movie, Sinners, the Choctaw? Slave owners. Choctaw, slave owners. They fought on behalf of the Confederacy to keep their slaves. And I'm not talking about one or two. I'm talking hundreds and hundreds of slaves. The Chickasaw, the Creek, the Seminoles. Some of the most notorious slave owners were the Seminole Indians. It's all well documented. And I'm not talking about native slaves. I'm talking about they own African slaves, wealthy families like the Ross family among the Cherokee, the LaFleur family among the Choctaw operated plantation-style slavery, enforced written laws, and they treated black people as inheritable property. These weren't your friends. They literally passed slave codes, and I'm gonna break them down for you later on. They punished runaways. They whipped runaways. They helped. They were part of the slave catcher posse. We always think it's just white folks. They were part of it. They aligned themselves with the southern states. They resisted abolition. You see? And after the American Revolution, they didn't decline either. It continued in the actual tribal sovereign lands. Those reservations, they kept their plantations. And the U.S. government looked the other way because they couldn't deal with it inside Indian territory. They were supposed to be autonomous. Even after the Civil Wars, nations, these native nations held slaves well after the southern slave owners had to give them up. They refused to honor anything until they were forced to in 1866. And this wasn't confusion. It wasn't ignorance. It was self-interest. So yes, native slavery originally differed from European slavery. But as soon as they saw how profitable it was and they can sit their butts down, they participated. They defended it. They were all with it. You had a person, I mean, this is what we're dealing with. And see, here's the thing. There's a lot of people like Moneyman, BR3 right here. You think, oh, it's just 5 tribes. No, it wasn't just 5 tribes. It was a lot more Native American nations that participated in it because they also participated heavy in the tracking and the hunting and returning. You understand? Now, before we go any further, I'm going to go ahead and I'll deal with that in a minute. I'm going to go ahead and run a couple of videos. I want you guys to check this out. And, we're going to give it to you straight. You guys make sure you hit the #1 button. Again, why are we here? We are here because the Mexican dude basically said that black people are colonizers. That's what he said. Black folk, of all the people in the planet, all the people over here. He didn't say Asians. No, it's the blacks. It's the blacks' fault. Okay? It's black people's fault, right? And I want y'all to check out some of these videos from what some of our people have to say. But again, remember who we're dealing with. Okay? I want you to remember who we're dealing with. Let's first establish that a lot of these people feel as though we are less than them. Okay? And I want you to understand something. Mexican culture is culturally racist. That's not me saying that. I want you to listen to this young man, and he'll tell you. Y'all listen to this first. Hit the #1 button.
I don't understand when I say that Mexicans are culturally racist. They think that I'm calling us openly racist. We are culturally racist, and this is how. Part of our culture is to frown upon dark-skinned people. It's been passed down to us by the Spaniards, by our colonizers, by the people that conquered us, taught us that dark skin.
Now, when he's referring now, I like this young man, but see, even amongst the Mexicans, they always try to blame the Spaniards. They never blame the Native Americans. They always try to blame the white man from Spain or from the Iberian Peninsula. They never blame the Native American. See, when we finish with this broadcast tonight, you're going to see just how racist the Native Americans were to black people also. You don't have friends. Okay? He's basically trying, and I like this young man. I think he's honest, but if you dig a little deeper into history, You'll see just what I'm saying. Okay? Let's keep listening to this young fella.
Is inferior, light skin is superior. We were taught that. It was passed down to us, meaning it's part of our culture.
Shout out to
we
Bobby
are culturally
Williams.
racist in this aspect. That doesn't mean I go out in the streets and want to.
Again, you're culturally racist from both cultures, from the Spanish and the Native American. Let's not get it twisted. All right? I'm just going to, the Cherokee had a specific disdain for black people. They didn't want their people mixing with black people. That might as well be a modern day racist redneck. I'm just saying, let's keep listening.
Hurt black people because they're black. Right. It means that our teachings, the way we're raised, is that we are raised to subconsciously believe that dark skin is inferior and light skin is superior. Another element in our Mexican culture is Univision News, Univision channel. That channel is run by white Latinos. The ideologies and subliminal teachings that they teach is very similar to Fox News. White supremacist-ish. They make efforts to depict dark-skinned people as criminals, that whenever they even bother sharing news about dark-skinned people is when they do something wrong. But yet, when they want to mention anything that has to do with light-skinned people, specifically white people, is to depict them as them doing good deeds around the world, feeding the homeless, etc. You get it. My grandmother was visiting one day.
Somebody keeps saying Cherokees are black people. No, they're not. And see, this is why here you are. You one of those POCs. All you POCs, you're not gonna like me this week. We started off yesterday. I am not a POC. I am not a melanated person. I'm a black man. I'm a foundational black American black man. And the sooner you all get away from that POC love until you stop trying to be like everybody else, and until you stop trying to embrace everybody else and just embrace yourself, we're going to continue to be here. Okay? We are not POCs. Cherokees didn't love you. The Creek didn't love you. Nobody loved you. Okay? And it's at some point, family, and I'm talking to my foundational black American brothers and sisters, at some point you're going to have to get over trying to be somebody else other than what you were. You're not Cherokees, you're not Indians, they're not claiming you. They might want to claim you, but again, let's get what we ain't got warmed up yet. It's gonna be a hard night for the Indians. All you Indians, it's gonna be hard. All the feathers, not red dot, it's not your night. All the feathers, it's gonna be hard for you feather Indians tonight. Natchez Indians, okay, slave owners.
Mexico.
Let's keep it going.
She's never lived in the United States. She has no idea what life is out here. She was watching Univision News, where they depicted a black American committing a crime. She turned around and said, "Oye, estos negros solo estorban, ¿verdad? Hey, these black folks, all they do is get in the way, huh?" Here's the interesting part. She's never met a black person in her life. She has no idea what it's like to interact with a black person, but yet she already has an opinion about black people as a whole. Why? Because part of our culture, in this particular case, Univision News, since we were children, we have been subliminally taught that blacks are bad, criminals, etc., and whites are good, decent, giving, saviors, etc. We're taught that. Hearing her express such a hateful remark about a people that I knew.
Y'all listening? You listen to him, what he's saying about his own culture. Keep going.
For a fact, she's never even interacted with. You don't even know a black person. How dare you come here to this country and have a whole opinion about these people? I resented her deeply for it. I regret it because you can't hate her for that. She never got the opportunity to learn what you have. I got the privilege of learning things that I self-taught since she's been a child.
All right, so you get what the man is saying, right? You get what the man is saying. And again, I hear this argument often. Oh, it's just, we have racist white Latinos. No, your indigenous side was racist also. Okay? All right? That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Let's push forward. Let's push forward. Here's another one. If you're not
Christian and my values and blah, 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 blah. What fucking values do you have when you have no fucking mercy for other people? What
kind of mercy do you have? They're going to take your Latina card away, girl.
So again, they're angry because black people are not coming to their aid. We're not doing what we're supposed to do. They think we are the servant class. Even the Native Americans considered black people the servant class. They had what? Their own black slaves. Indians was over there with their little teepees and hairdressers buying blacks too. That's what I need you to understand. Servant class. And so now that you black people aren't jumping out there in front of ICE and saving them, you're not doing what you must be broken. This is what I need you to understand. Let's keep listening.
Girl, ain't nobody listening to you. Nobody give a fuck about that. It has nothing to do with mercy. It has a lot to do with accountability and responsibility. And if you come to a country irresponsibly, you take the risk of getting booted the fuck out. And that's what's happening. Are you jealous because Latinos, how they got here legally? Whether they married somebody or not, they're here legally.
Again, I want you to, because we're digging deep into this. They're not, I often joke and say, why aren't they asking the Samoans and the Asians to come out there? Why are they only asking the black people? Because Latinos, deep down in their little racist heart of hearts, you heard the man says they're culturally racism. They think that you black people are supposed to serve them. That's what they think. Now, I know that may be hard to understand, and I know you all have some Latino friends. I'm sure you do. Hell, you can ask the black people in the Latino community, and they'll tell you that the white people or the people who want to be white or the lighter looking Latinos treat them like they're less than. So how do you think they feel about us, a group of people who we have refused to assimilate? We are clearly black. We like being black. I don't know any person in this chat room who say, I want to be white. We don't say stuff like that. We don't feel like that. We would like some white people money. We like a little white privilege if we can get it. But most of us want to keep our black skin. Most of us, of course, we got some sickness among us, but it's not as rampant as some of these other cultures. They want to sit right next to white people. And the white people know it. And that's why they treat them so bad. Part of the reason Latinos and these Asians and folk get treated like, redheaded stepchildren is because white folk know that they want to run up next to them. They know black people don't. We haven't understand. They got to come hunt us down. Shout out to Volo Television. But let's keep listening to the sister. Well, actually, let's move on to the next video because I want to push through this. Okay. Now, just when you thought, you had a friend in the Latino, this is one black dude hanging out. Now look at these people right here. Look at these folk. I want you to look at these people. I mean, let's just be honest with it. These are not white Aryans, but they swear up and down they're white. Calling folk the N-word. I'm going to let it play. Hit the number 1 button. Monkey. Why are you laughing, monkey? This is coming from this little tiny looking Latino girl with the little knees out. This is cultural race. That ain't white. I don't care what you tell me. That is not white. I've seen white. I know what white looks like. Okay? That is not white. And any white person, all the white people in the chat room, calling yourself a white Latino does not make you white. Okay? But yet and still, in their minds, they believe they're white. And in their minds, they believe that they have a higher social status than black Americans. And they believe that you're supposed to get your black minds out there in front of ICE and protect them because you are the slave class. And it's not just coming down from one side. They always like to blame the conquistadors, but it also is coming down from the Native American side. When you put a white Latino together and you put a Native person, you get something called a mestizo. Okay? A mixed person. I think it just means mixed. And these folk got it from both sides. And those two racist cultures fuse, and here you go. Shout out to Sigma Rage. Hit the number 1 button. Monkey.
Don't touch me. Touch me.
Pinche negro. Look at this. Look at that. There you go. Again, Mexican man says that we are colonizers. Okay? So now we're forced to explain from a historical standpoint why that is absolutely incorrect. And in fact, before we finish with this broadcast tonight, you will understand that the Native American, along with the Spanish, and we're just gonna focus on the Native American, is your night tonight. You're the colonizer. In fact, the white man, you are the white man's greatest help in colonizing. I will go so far as to say that this country would not have been able to maintain slavery without the Native American. And that is not me saying that. That's Dr. Claude Anderson saying that. Okay, let's keep pushing. Y'all go get your medicine. Somebody type black and brown unity in the chat room. Somebody type black and brown unity in the chat room.
Your man's bleeding. Your man's bleeding. Your man's bleeding. Your man's bleeding.
With the ER, the hard ER. Somebody type black and brown unity in the chat room. Come on, let's get the black and brown unity going on in the chat room. Somebody type black. And look, I'm saying, I know you got Latino friends, but hell, they don't even treat their own people right. Look at this cat right here.
I'm a Mexican from Texas. They always look at me crazy. As I've gotten older, yes, I understand why, but hear me out. Hear me out. All my Mexican Americans, all my Latinos from America have my back on this one. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But growing up, we were taught to acknowledge what we were that way. Even my Puerto Rican friends that were born in New York or whatever, they didn't say, oh, we're Puerto Rican American. They said, we're Puerto Rican. We're Puerto Rican. Badass. What are you? We're Mexican. That's just what we were brought up to.
Again, a lot of people who are foreigners, second generation, first generation, they identify with their country. They're not 100% loyal to the United States. They always feel they have somewhere else to go. That's true for Africans and Caribbeans also. Okay, let's keep listening.
To say it, how we were brought up to say it, I don't know, But before you come at me talking about, oh, they don't even accept you. You're not a real Mexican. They're not going to accept you. You don't think that? I know that. My primos from Mexico, anybody that has family from Mexico, like really, they understand. Them fools, they fuck with you. They make fun of you. Look at them, all American and shit. Fool, my cousins clown me so much growing up, eventually they're confused of why they care. I'm like, I got the Americans calling me Mexican, the Mexicans calling me American. Fool, I've been in the middle of my whole life, dog. I'm not even tripping. But that's just how it was. Am I American? Yes. Super proud to be an American. My family came here from Mexico for us to do better, build roots, and bow. Here we are. Watch out. Okay? So, I don't know. Am I wrong? Or was I brought up different? But let me know in the comments. Is Texican a thing or no? Or did we make a bunch of hats and they're not going to get sold? Yeah. DoTheSameOfficial.com.
So what this gentleman is saying is that even the Mexicans in Mexico treat the Mexicans born in the United States as not real Mexicans. So they have their own internal divisions. So it makes absolute sense that these same people would see us as the other. You understand? I don't see why And I hope that's not difficult for people to understand. I think it's pretty clear to understand. Okay. But let's move on to the next video. Y'all hit the #1 button. We'll keep pushing until y'all are convinced. And then I have some historical videos I want to share with you guys. Please take the opportunity to hit the #1 button. Here's another one. I want y'all to check this out. This Chicago.
And bitch, do something about it.
Family friendly.
Stop playing me before I beat your ass.
Now, this is a black woman in Chicago, and she's dealing with a racist woman, Hispanic woman, in Chicago during Black History Month. I mean, can we have no peace? Okay.
Stop playing me before I beat the fuck out of you.
This is what the gentleman said. He said they're culturally racist. Now, if you just hear this woman talk, these sound like racist white people going off like this.
Stop playing me before I beat the fuck out of you. Stop fucking playing me before I beat the fuck out of you. I'ma show.
Look like the black woman is trying to walk away, and she's being followed. Somebody type mutual combat state in the chat room. Somebody type mutual combat.
Your ass a nigga. I'ma show your ass a nigga. I'ma show your ass a nigga. Say it again. Say it again, bitch. Yeah. Say it again.
Now keep in mind, these are the people that say white folk colonized them and that white people are racist. Okay, these are the same people that tell us, and these are the same people, y'all, all you black Indians, these are your people right here. All you black Indians, these are your people. I want you black Indians to come on up in, all you Cherokees and Seminoles. Come on in. Come on in.
Yeah. Say it again. Yeah. Say it again. Cause you won't fuck. Look at us. Don't scream that, bitch. Don't scream that.
She gave her that almighty, gave her that Black Power wake up call, apparently.
Call me another nigga. What?
She ain't gonna call you nothing else, baby.
Dumbass.
She ain't gonna call you no more N-words. She gonna be quiet. She gonna be, you got her, baby. Okay, now I don't want you to catch a charge. You've neutralized the threat very well. Just calm down. Just walk away now. Just go and walk away.
Call me another nigga. Nah, bitch.
What she say? No, ma'am. What she say?
Look at her. Look at her. Call me another.
Yeah, you won that one. You won that one, baby. Go ahead and let that one go. That's the story you'll be telling in 4 or 5 decades to your grandchildren. Okay, but again, I just want to, because I know we have, I know. Let's look at some more videos about
Mexican man won't let his daughter date a black man, but she could date a white man.
Oh, because an older Mexican, these are their own people telling on them. These are somebody type black and brown unity in the chat room. Somebody type black and brown unity in the chat. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Somebody type black and brown unity in the chat room. Let's listen to some black and brown unity.
Because of the skin color. It's almost sad because they say pa mejorar la raza.
Yeah,
that's what they be saying.
To better the race.
Yeah.
Better the race.
They're fucked up, bro. They're fucked up,
So when my grandma moved to the city, and my grandpa moved to the city and they met, my grandma automatically just seemed better because she was with this guy from Michoacan that was light skinned and white with green eyes.
I mean, these people praise white people. I mean, how pathetic. I mean, look, I got some white people I'm cool with. I got some white people I'm cool with, man, but I'll be damned if I'm praising white people. That is just not in black people to do. We don't praise white people. We never have praised white people. We fought with white people. We prayed with white people. We'll turn around and riot against white people. We play football, baseball, basketball with white people, but we don't want to be white people. And this is the difference between foundational black Americans and all these other groups. They want to assimilate, whether we're talking about Asians, whether we're talking about Latino, East Asian. They all want to run up and say, white people don't like you. Do you not hear what white people are saying? Get out of here. Y'all got white people trying to move to a little town in Arkansas so they'll be by themselves. Y'all have run the white people. Black folk and white folk have lived in this country for 400 plus years. And now the white people we are tired of them. We are tired of them. You understand what I'm saying? Again, black Americans and white Americans have an understanding. And, you know, immigrants don't. White people don't want you next to them. They're not passing out any more white cards. I think the Italians got the last white cards available. That's it. Not passing out any more white cards to any red dot Indians, any feather Indians. They're not getting any more. White people want to keep it as Aryan as possible. They already mad Nick Fuentes is Mexican. That's their mouthpiece. They got Nick Fuentes and Andrew Tate. God damn it! Like we gotta farm out our racists. Think about that. Here you got Andrew Tate, who's half black, daddy from Georgia, and you got Nick Fuentes, who's a Mexican Italian, and these are the race. They are leading the. What happened to Bull Connor? Huh? What happened to goddamn? I mean, what happened? These aren't even Andrew Pike. What's his name? They want real racists running. They don't want to hear that. A Mexican and a half-breed N-word. This is the best they got. They're not happy about it. They are not happy about it. Let's keep listening.
And she looked like Felipe, dark, short, and that she thought she was better, fool. Like,
I just want you, these are the people that over here picking oranges and pushing baskets down the street and cutting our grass, and these people think they're better than us too. As we pull up in our Mercedes Benz and our big houses and they come in and clean our house and cut our grass, just imagine these people think they're better than us. You out here picking oranges, and this black man is a doctor and that black woman is a lawyer, and you think you better than us. I mean, imagine the brainwashing. You understand? Imagine the brainwashing. But this is what happens when you are culturally racist, when you are told that you're better than another group of people. As I tell y'all all the time, you got to look up to me to talk down. You understand? But let's look at some more here. Let's keep it pushing. Mm-hmm.
Even people that come from their own country do it.
Now this is a black woman checking this Hispanic woman who says that black people are immigrants. All right, and again, we went from being immigrants and now they're trying to call us colonizers. Like, no, you're not that's not gonna work. Okay, think about it. They want us to be immigrants so they can say, oh yeah, well y'all are colonizers. No, we weren't colonized. We were not immigrants. We were imports. Okay, let's not try to revise history. We're not gonna let that happen. Okay, period. Because once that happens, then you start losing political stakes and whatnot. Same thing with these Africans coming over here. They're immigrants. The Caribbeans are immigrants. Foundational Black Americans are delineating because we're not immigrants. That's a fundamental difference between us and you all. We belong to this land. We were literally bred on this land right here. We didn't walk over here across from Siberia. We were bred on this land. We're an amalgamation of all the people that were here on this land. That's the difference between us. Let's keep listening.
Why? You were an immigrant. We are all immigrants.
We are not all immigrants.
We were in a situation once, the same situation they are. Why are you doing this?
Any questions? Just a point of clarification. Black Americans aren't immigrants.
We are not.
Point of clarification. Respectfully.
No, respectfully.
Agreed. Yep.
When people say respectfully, they mean not respectfully. I just want you all to know that. When people say respectfully, that's the opposite of what it means. They mean with your dumb self. That's what that should mean.
And she was saying that Black Americans are not immigrants, and that is a fact.
That is a fact. That is absolutely right.
So, let's see.
So, yeah, keep it pushing. Yeah, you heard it. Now, I found this video utterly pathetic. So imagine these people you look down on, and now that you're under attack, you can't get them to come help you, so you want to go pretend like you are them because they are. So you want to use the protection the identity that they provide. And this video is very symbolic of that. I want you all to look at this, and then we'll move on to the next series of videos. Hit the number 1 button.
Take out my disguise, homie. I'm a Mayate now, fool.
Now that word is a derogatory word for black American. This is a Mexican dude dressed up like a black person or what he thinks is a black person.
With the gang.
Take out the dreadlock weave or dreadlock wig on.
My disguise, homie.
Come on, type black and brown unity in the chat room. Where's all my black and brown unity people? This is who you want black folk to. Look, I know you got friends who are Latino. I know you got friends who are white Latinos. I know it's a lot of passport bros going down to Colombia. You got them white Latino women. I know, but I'm just saying. Maybe you and her cool, but the culture ain't the cool with us. You dig? The culture ain't cool.
I'm a Mayate now, fool. Yeah. With the gang. Catch me outside, we're gonna bang bang.
Mm-hmm. So that's what they think about you. Now let's get back to the broadcast. And are y'all all right? Let me make sure y'all all right. Now don't run away. Now again, where do we start? They tried to pin us as immigrants and say we all in this together, and that didn't work. And now they said, well, whatever. You all are colonizers. So, because you're colonizers, you're no better than the white man. So you should feel guilty and come out and help us protect us. All right. So here's the thing. And I started off with saying, hey, you know what? You always try to blame the white Iber Peninsula ancestors, the Spaniards, the Portuguese, but you're overlooking the Native American participation in the slave process. And yeah, they might have been colonized, but they were 100% all the way with it. Okay, so when people talk about how Native American slavery, the conversation almost stops at the 5 civilized tribes, right? Right? They say, oh, it was just isolated. Yeah, we know Americans had slaves, but it was just isolated. And that framing is convenient, okay? But it's dishonest. Slavery, trafficking, and violent captive taking were not limited to 5 tribes with large plantations. Many other Native nations participated in it. Even they didn't run, some of them didn't run the plantations, but some of them had slaves. They hunted black people down. They trafficked black people. They returned runaways for payment. They took part in the violence that made slavery function, like beatings, whippings. Native groups began holding African slaves as early as the first Europeans got here. Yeah, they've been in it since day one, basically. Day one N-words. They aligned themselves with the colonial economies and almost immediately, and this is not a rare accidental or misunderstood behavior. It was participation, and there was nothing noble about it. The way it was, captives were beating. And when I say captives, I'm talking about black folk, along with the white folk and everybody else. They were scalped, they were tortured, they were killed. Men were outright executed. Women were frequently raped. Children were kidnapped, stripped of their identity, and raised as replacements for the dead. And see, this was not mercy, it was domination. This is what these Native Americans did. This is before they even made it down to where the 5 tribes are. You understand? This is back east. I want y'all to hear me. So anyone trying to romanticize the relationship the Native Americans had with black people, you're not enlightening, you're naive. Okay, violence does not become moral just because it isn't Europeans perpetuating it. And with that reality understood, we can look clearly at one of the most well-documented example systems, and that's the Iroquois and the brutality of their captive. I want you to listen. You know what the Iroquois are? Where my people from New York and Ohio and Pennsylvania? Huh? Have you ever heard of the Mohawk? That was a tribe, and it fell under the Iroquois. This is New York. This is Ohio. This is Pennsylvania. Oneida, the Onondaga, the Cayuga, the Seneca. You ever heard of Seneca Village? Huh? So the French chroniclers, okay, they recorded especially brutal practices when it came to the Iroquois. They were known for aggressive slave raids that captured both black and white people. Because remember, they were bringing black people over before the country was founded as slaves and indentured servants. And the colonial authorities, that's the English, okay, because remember we're a colony, such as in New York, by the mid-1760s. This is a long time before we got down to the Civil War. They tried to negotiate. Can you give out N-words back? Can you get these white people back? Send them back. They tried to work with hey, come on now. They tried to work with the Huron and Delaware, but they never returned the slaves. So from the 1600 to 1760, the Iroquois lived during a violent, unstable period in North America. Now, where are they from? New York, Pennsylvania, Ohio. That's not the Iroquois. That doesn't sound like Cherokee to me. So they've been in it from day one. Now, here's what you need to understand. The captive taking, in other words, they started taking people, it became especially brutal because disease had destroyed much of the Iroquois population. See, what you got to understand about white folks is white folk lived in Europe. White folk had a lot of livestock. White folk had a lot of high protein diet. They had a lot of rivers. So they would be traveling through Europe on their little rivers, and they had these diseases that came from the livestock. So by the time Europe it was ready to expand out into the world, all of them had been exposed to all of the diseases everybody else had. But the rest of the world had not been exposed. Part of the reason that white folk were able to conquer the world because they were warlike, because they had to fight with each other all the time. There was never any one person that could conquer the entirety of Europe because they had too many natural barriers, rivers, streams, mountains. So you just better hold on to your little territory. So they were constantly fighting with each other. Okay? And so they became warlike. They had to increase. There was an arms race going back 1,000 years. So by the time they got themselves, I want you to think about this. Gunpowder was invented in Asia or China. The white man took it and said, I can turn this into cannons and bullets and guns. And that's what he did because he had to think like that because when he got home, the other Europeans would war with him and take his stuff. You see? So because of that, they were warlike, period. But in addition to that, they were inoculated to these diseases that were passed down through the cattle. And I believe it's like out of 12 domesticated animals, 11 of them are native to Europe. You understand? And so now here we are, the Native Americans, this white man first got here in 1492, and more of them are coming over and they're bringing more diseases. And so people are dying from diseases, smallpox, all that stuff, the common cold. And so this loss created pressure to replace the dead. See, in other words, they would say, you know what, we lost children, we lost wives, we're gonna go out and steal some. This is what the Native Americans said. And that gave rise to something called the mourning wars. Not mourning like wake up in the morning, mourning like sorrow. Okay, so we're sad, we don't have children, we don't have wives, so we're gonna go out and steal some. We're gonna get some of these blacks and some of these whites, and we're gonna capture them. All right, and we're gonna take them and we're gonna fill social and emotional gaps left by death. I don't care if they don't like me. I don't care. I'm gonna go snow bunny hunting and get me one. Okay? I'm gonna get me one of them black girls over there with the big booty over there at the colony. I'm gonna go get me one down there. That's what the little Native American dude said. Okay? Again, some women and children were adopted into the families. Okay? But most of the adult men were considered expendable. And so instead of being adopted, they were tortured and they were unalived, straight up. And they were marched back. This is how it happened. They marched them back to those Iroquois villages, and they forced them to run between two lines. I want you to understand, they forced them to run. There's some people over here and some people over here. Okay? All right? They got sticks and bats, and you got to run through there and get beat up. This is your welcome back to the village. Some of the men were scalped, they were burned, they were mutilated, they were tortured for long periods of time. You see? And those who survived, they were forced to do labor. This is what the Indians did. This is what those noble Native Americans did. And the missionaries, they took notes. Here's one of the missionaries said, he said, they beat me until my legs completely gave out. And I collapsed where I stood. And when I hit the ground, it didn't stop. Hands grabbed me, rough and impatient. And they dragged my body along the earth like I was cargo, not human. And I remember the blows coming so fast that everything went black. They whooped his legs, fell on the ground, dragged him, beat him some more. And when I came back to myself, two of them were hauling me upright again, forcing my body back into line. Even though I had nothing left in it, I couldn't stand. I couldn't resist. I was beaten until movement was impossible. And then they dragged wherever they decided I belonged. This is what happened when they got there. This is what the Native Americans did to their slaves, their captors. Now, you can romanticize that if you want to, but it still sounds like an ass whooping to me. You understand what I'm saying? I'm just saying. When we reached the village, the violence turned into a spectacle. People were already waiting. They was lined up. This was like, oh man, we about to beat some slaves today. They stood in two long lines on either side of the path, armed with clubs and sticks. I was shoved forward between them. In other words, you stand in the line, this is a long line of people about to hit you with some sticks and clubs. And then you, I ain't going. Then you get pushed in the back and you got to run through there. And they hitting you with sticks. Whack. And as I passed, they struck me again and again. This is white boy telling what happened. They struck me again and again. My God, it's terrible. There was no confusion. There was no disorder. This was planned. This is what they did. This is how they broke you in. Welcome to slavery. Okay? Every step forward meant another blow crashing down. It wasn't allowed to. I wasn't allowed to stop. I wasn't allowed to fight back. The point was humiliation to show everyone watching that I had no control over my body anymore. This sounds like buck breaking to me. This sounds like buck breaking to me. Same psychological effect. And the beatings didn't end once I made it through. They kept going. They used whatever was within reach, clubs, sticks, even iron rods. And they had gotten from the white Europeans. The strikes were steady, measured, intentional, and this wasn't rage, it was procedure. Tools meant for trade had been turned into instruments of punishment, and every strike drove home the same lesson. Survival depended entirely on submission. That sounds like slavery. You understand? No, this is the Iroquois. This is not the 5 civilized tribes, the Cherokee, the Creek, the Seminole. This is not them. This is way up in New York. This is before they even made it down there. We hadn't even did the Louisiana Purchase yet. They went after my hands deliberately. Fingers were damaged. Nails were torn. Imagine that, they ripping your nails out. Pain was drawn out. Slow and purposely. They weren't trying to kill me quickly. They were trying to dismantle me piece by piece. Every injury was meant to be seen. Every scream was a warning, not just to me, but to anyone else watching. This wasn't just about pain. It was about ownership. My suffering belonged to them. They forced me to march for long distances in the cold with barely any cold and no care for my wounds. Blood dried, injuries festered, exhaustion wasn't an accident. It was part of the punishment. Every step felt heavier than the last, but something wasn't an option, or stopping wasn't an option. The rule was simple: keep moving or be beaten again. Break the body long enough and the spirit will eventually give in. Later, I learned that the others didn't survive what I did the way I did, and when their bodies were examined afterward, the damage spoke plainly. Witnesses said they saw and touched the wounds themselves. Burns, blisters, injuries, left prolonged torture. These weren't secondhand stories or rumors passed a long time. These were the direct observations recorded by people who handled the bodies and described exactly what had been done to them. You understand what I'm saying? And again, black people were not protected. You were not a special chocolate drop. You understand? You weren't special. Black people, like the white people and everybody else, they were captured during the raids. They were enslaved. You understand? And again, this was before the Five Tribes even got involved. This is in the Iroquois people. You understand what I'm saying? So when people say, oh, they try to make, it's just the 5 slaves. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't, not at all. Now, let's move on down. The Iroquois weren't unique. Now, what I'm going to do is, since I know it's people in the chat room that want to know where these narratives came from, I'm going to go ahead and pop it in there for you. So you know it's not just me. Because I know we got people that you're just hard-headed. There you go. Look at that. Interested in the narrative of the life of Olada Inakwe Adublat, whatever the name was. Okay, that's him. You can check it out yourself. Look it up. It's all yours now. It belongs to the internet. Okay? Now, again, the Iroquois weren't the only one. They weren't unique. The Comanche they forced people. The Comanche, y'all like, my great-granddaddy was a Comanche. It was a famous story about a white woman named Cynthia Ann Parker, a little white child. She was captured in 1836 in Fort Parker in a raid. Again, this was common. They would go steal people and make them slaves, and Now this is their own unique kind of slavery. All right, this is before the white folk slavery got in. But again, this young lady, her name was Cynthia Ann Parker, and she was captured in 1836 by the Comanche in Texas. And she lived with these people for 20-something years. She married one of them. She gave birth to his children. And when the Texas Rangers came and got her back, she didn't want to stay. She wanted to go back with the people then. All right, this is a whole white woman out there with the Indians. They called her Prairie Flower, if I remember. But she said she was so brainwashed, she didn't even want to go back with her own people. And so people try to justify it like that. But this was common. This is the Comanche. This is Texas. We haven't even got to the 5 tribes yet. And here's another one. Let me tell you, where are all my South Carolina people at? Where my South Kakalaka people at? All my people from South and North Carolina. Where y'all at? Somebody type SCNC in the Now, just so you all understand something, the Carolinas, they went even further by directly enforcing African slavery for colonial governments. They were basically hired hands. The name is spelled Catawba, the Catawba people. They didn't operate large plantations like the 5 civilized tribes, but what they were was paid slave catchers. You think them white boys gonna go running through those swamps looking for them blacks? Do you think that's what happened? Oh no. No, they sent these the Catawba people out there to get them. They hired them to track down black runaway slaves, capture them, restrain them, and return them. Our ancestors who were looking to get free. These were organized operators. They were literally the bounty hunters. They were the slave patrol. At the Augusta Conference in 1763, before the country was even founded, the colonial officials openly set boundaries for returned black slaves. A single captured black runaway could earn a Catawba warrior a musket and 3 blankets. In addition to that, cash and trade goods were common rewards. And these Native American trackers were also used to suppress slave revolts in the Carolina backcountry. You understand me? Bacon's Rebellion. Native Americans helped suppress that. Let me put this in perspective. They shot and killed black people. They captured black people and brought them back to slavery when they was trying to run down to Florida or whatever to get away. This is what they did. You got black people trying to flee slavery. You think the only person you have to worry about is the white man, and the red man is right there with him. And he's doing it for a musket and 3 blankets. That's how much your freedom was worth. So your danger didn't end when you got off the plantation. These so-called native allies were really allies to the slave system, and they were paid to hunt our people down and drag them back in chains. Do you hear me? These are somebody type black and brown coalition. Who sounds more like the colonizer to you? We ain't got good going yet. Who sounds like that? Because the dude said we were the colonizers. Okay? Now, we haven't even got to the 5 civilized tribes and the monstrosities they purported against black people. But don't you ever, and that's just some that I casually looked up. All of these people around there were participating in tracker. Do you think, you think these people they getting muskets and blankets? You don't think you're going to protect? I know these woods as well as these other people do. Now, of course, there was people who were against it, just like there was white people who were against slavery. Hell, there were black people who were for slavery. And you understand what I'm saying? So it was both ways, but none of these folk hands clean. You are in no position to tell us that we're colonized. Do y'all remember how we started this broadcast? Do I need to play the video again? You got a Mexican man telling black folk that we're the colonizer. We're the colonizer because we don't want to get out there and help out. I want you to think about that. Just think about that. Now, there's some black people who know this, and I'm going to let, they're not in denial because I know we got some people of color in here. It's a lot of people of color in here, and, you all... you can't believe it. But there are black people in here who understand exactly where we're coming from. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna let this rock. You all hit the number 1 button when you hear when you hear it, and make sure the sound is good. Let's go.
Who enslaved black people: the Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Creek, and Seminole. In 1866. The tribes were required to emancipate their slaves and provide citizenship to them.
And in the 1866 is after the Civil War, after the 13th Amendment, and guess what they said? No, we're not gonna let these N-words go. These are our N-words. We don't care if y'all lost the war, we participated in it. And they said, well, look, the treaty says we have our own country. You can't make us, some of these people talk about white folks breaking treaties with Native Americans. Some of the parts of the treaties that they would break, like, yeah, we can't have y'all having slaves over there, so we're going to break the treaties and come get them N-words out. We done with that. And y'all don't want to let it go. So some of these damn treaties being broken were broken because these Native Americans didn't want to let your black behinds go free. After the country said, we fought a war behind this, we're not going to just go on. If we let y'all keep it going, then these Southerners are just going to move over there and bring their slaves over there, and then it was for nothing. Stop being so quick to jump to other people's side, black folks. Stop. Oh, you did the Native Americans wrong. Y'all broke their treaties. They broke some of them treaties was broke because they was trying to keep your black ass in slavery. So the white folks said, we got to break this. We can't let this keep going. All right, we fought a whole war behind this. So stop jumping. See, that's that people of color thing you got going on. Don't call me a POC. Don't call me melanated. I am a black man from America. That's it. No more, no less. I'm a black. Don't line me up with these other folk. You don't know what their interests are. All you people of color. Some of you black folks should be ashamed of yourself. You know better. But that's okay. I'm going to be nice to you. Let's keep going. I'm going to try to talk softer to you.
In the 1970s and 80s, the Five Tribes began to remove the descendants of their former slaves from their membership rolls.
Oh my God, what do you mean? Oh, do you mean that all these Indians who said, oh, my mama was Cherokee, my great-grandma was Cherokee. Oh no, you were a slave on the plantation. That's the equivalent of saying, oh yeah, my great-grandma was a slave on a white plantation and therefore I'm a Johnson because it was the Johnson plantation. So I'm a Johnson too. And they from England and Irish, so I'm kind of like them. No, you're not. You were a slave on the plantation, just like you were a slave on the reservation. That's what I need you black folk to understand. Stop romanticizing this. Hell, in most of those tribal constitutions, it was illegal for black people to intermix with them. It was illegal for them to take wives. They got the native, they got beaten. I mean, they had black codes. I'm gonna let y'all keep listening. Go ahead.
Causing them to lose their tribal citizenship. In 2017, Cherokee slave descendants won their fight through a federal district. The Five Tribes who enslaved.
Did you hear that? You gonna keep learning. I'm gonna hit y'all upside the head all night. Somebody type people of color in the chat room. People of color. Let's keep it pushing. Hit the number 1 button. Hit the number 1 button. Fair use.
Very people we often think of as victims of European colonization were themselves deeply involved in the buying, selling, and owning of human beings.
Oh my God.
This isn't some fringe conspiracy theory or
fair use
revisionist history. This is documented fact that historians have been studying for decades, yet somehow it remains hidden from mainstream conversation.
They don't want to talk about it, sir, because they want to be people of color. Because my people, my black American people, they just want to be liked. That's really their problem. They want to be liked. We want to be liked. And, they want to romanticize the fact that we were Indians. We wasn't getting whooped on by white folk. Back in the day, they used to say stuff like, my grandma's white, or my grandma's Indian, or my grandma's half Asian. They never want to be black because they don't want to associate themselves with the idea that they were incarcerated, that they were slaves. They don't like that. Shout out to Fitzgerald. Me, I embrace all of that. You see, I would never separate myself from my history as a foundational black American. Slavery, cotton picking in Mississippi. Hell no. All that belongs to me. You understand? You can't get a diamond without pressure. I come from a long line of diamonds because we was under pressure. We still here. That's why we hard. That's why everybody out there crying and whining and we riding around in our nice cars looking good and living good and eating good. Ain't worried about nothing. Nigga ain't worried about nothing. Nigga ain't worried about nothing. Yeah, we diamonds and y'all don't want to be diamonds. Y'all want to be cubic zirconias out here. Y'all want to be that lab grown. We are natural diamonds. And y'all trying to shed that so you could be a damn pretendian, and these people can't stand you. Let's keep going.
Today, we're diving deep into one of the most controversial and complex topics in American history. The story of Native American slave ownership.
Yep.
By the end of this video, you'll understand not just how widespread this practice was, but why it happened, which tribes were involved, and how it shaped the very foundation of our nation in ways most people never imagined. But before we go any further...
Now, again, this is just me giving y'all as much as I can give you in the 2 or 3 hours I have tonight. If you dig deeper, it gets even more and more treacherous. You understand what I'm saying? The deeper you dig, the more and more treacherous it gets. Before we go any further, I want y'all, all know, shout out to who a couple people learned from. I appreciate that. Before we go any further, I want y'all to listen to, you guys know who Dr. Claude Anderson is? You know who, I implore y'all to look at this video. Shout out to Fitzgerald again. This is what Dr. Claude Anderson said several years back. I want you to listen to our great teacher, because it's not just Dennis Spurling saying this. I know y'all don't believe me. Listen to somebody you respect. I want you to listen to him.
Slavery could never have existed in this country and been maintained without the full participation of the American tribes. That's why they started calling them civilized, Rock, because they began to say, you quit hunting in the woods and running wild and get yourself some land and get yourself some slaves. So Indians became slave hunters, slave traders, and in the final analysis, all civilized tribes, the Choctaw, Chickasaw, Cherokee, and Seminole Indians, they all fought with the South to maintain slavery. And so therefore, and they got benefits from it. And that led to, going back to the earlier question you asked me about reparations. And even after the Civil War ended, the Choctaw and Chickasaw was still holding about 12 or 15,000 slaves, even after the Civil War.
12, this is after it was over, 12 to 15,000 slaves. Now, I want you to understand something. Now, people say it was just the Native American, it was just the five civilized tribes. Well, where were they at? I mean, slavery only existed in the American South, and that's where those five civilized tribes were. So it sounds to me like they were where they were supposed to be. And I know you all find this inconvenient because, you know, your grandma, your great-grandma was a full-blooded Seminole. I know, and you know. But yes, that's what I'm trying to explain to you all. You were N-words too on the rest. Don't romanticize this. Go ahead and let's embrace this ugly baby. And let's raise it up together. Go ahead, Dr. Claude, because y'all don't believe me. But go ahead, Dr. Claude Anderson, finish for us.
The war ended. The United States government sent in troops saying, you got to get rid of this slavery. And let.
Oh, you mean the government sent in troops and broke the treaty and said, nah, we're going to break this treaty. You got to get these slaves out of here, because if we let you keep these slaves over here, then these white boys over here in South Carolina and Arkansas and Mississippi and all these other places are going to get some wild ideas in their head. And they're going to try to bring back slavery. They're going to mess around and move over here and bring their slaves over here. So we just fought a war for 4 years. 600,000 men died, 200,000 black men. Okay, so we're not going to let this happen over here. So we're going to send these troops over here. We know what we said. We know it was a treaty. We're not supposed to come over here. Yeah, you're an autonomous land, a territory. I get it. But we're going to break this damn treaty. This is not, we don't want to go this way. Okay? So next time you hear a Native American say the white man broke a lot of treaties with the Native Americans, I want you to say, well, what was the treaty? What was the treaty say? I mean, what treaty did they break? What were the provisions of the treaty? What was going on that they needed to break it? I'm just asking, but see, some of you all are so tuned, and I had this conversation in the comment section. Some of you all are black and white. Some of you all are not living in the gray area. This conversation that we have, I speak to you on the 8th grade level. The words, I am very careful when I speak to you. I speak on the 8th grade level, but still these concepts are too difficult for you to understand because you've been brainwashed to believe that it's always been black and white. And when we start talking about gray areas, that messes with your understanding of the world, and you don't like that. You are uncomfortable, so you will fight, but no, Mike, no, I wasn't, no. You're gonna fight like a screaming child, forced to take your castor oil. But guess what? Uncle D likes to feed you your castor oil because it's gonna make you healthy. It's gonna hurt you, it's gonna make you throw up a little bit. But it's helpful for you. Speaking of throwing up a little bit, I think Baby D is in here. We're gonna let Baby D come in here. He wants to rock out with us for a minute. He's been saving his. Somebody type Baby D in the chat room. Baby D is coming in. Baby D has a few things. He says he has developed. These are Baby D's Black History hits. Okay, Baby D's Black History hits. Somebody type Baby D in the chat room, and go ahead, Baby D. Let us hear what you got. Go ahead, Baby D.
Century, when both medicine and society tried to shut doors, Myra Adele Logan walked straight through them. Born in 1908 in Tuskegee, Alabama, Dr. Logan rose above racial and gender barriers to become a pioneering surgeon at Harlem Hospital in New York City. Her foundation was built through Black educational excellence, graduating valedictorian from Atlanta University and HBCU that shaped generations of Black scholars. In 1943, she made medical history. Dr. Logan became the first woman and the first Black woman to perform open heart surgery, successfully repairing a mitral valve at a time when cardiac surgery was considered dangerously experimental. But her brilliance didn't stop in the operating room. She advanced early breast cancer detection through improved X-ray techniques and conducted critical research on emerging antibiotics like aureomycin, pushing medicine forward on multiple fronts.
Okay, baby D.
Recognized for her excellence, she earned fellowship in the American College of Surgeons, an extraordinary achievement for her era. Dr. Myra Adele Logan's legacy proves this truth.
What does it prove, baby?
Precision, intellect, and courage can rewrite history and open the path for generations to follow.
Okay, right on, Baby D. Y'all give a shout out to Baby D. Baby D. He said, right on my, you got big words. Baby D is up in there, man. Shout out to Baby D. Shout out to y'all.
For free,
did y'all
they set up
enjoy
what's
Baby
called
D?
the 18th.
Baby D is in here now. That being the case, let's get back to the business at hand. Get them kids up out of here. You got to go. Got to get on up out of here. Now let's get back to Dr. Claude Anderson. Y'all hit the #1, but let's keep it pushing.
What's called the 1866 Indian treaties with these 5 civilized tribes, which says that black people in this country must not only turn them loose, they must get benefits. They must get forms of reparations. Going back to your earlier question, you must first of all set them free. 2, you must give them an option. And this is for all black freedmen and all blacks who lived in the Indian territory and all black Indians. You must set them free, allow them to have membership in the tribe. You must give them, let them have access to all the resources on the reservation. You must let them also be tax exempt. You must let them have free education. You must also let them be able to give them $150 in cash. You must give them 160 acres of land.
So basically, it wasn't the white man that was just supposed to give us stuff. This was such a big deal. Native Americans, you know, the ones that said that the guy said we were colonizers, the guy earlier, they were so vested in slavery that they were required to give us reparations right along with the white man. $150 plus 160 acres of land. Had y'all ever heard that? Did y'all know that? We might need to hit the casino up over in Louisiana. We need to go on over to Coshada and get our money. I think we might need to go on over to Coshada casinos and get our money. You see what I'm saying? Somebody type reparations in the chat room. Yeah, let's keep going. I'm gonna keep on. We ain't just getting warmed up. I know I try to get out of here in 2 hours, but that ain't gonna happen.
Present day time, those black Indians under the 1866 treaty should be getting, they could also hold gambling casinos. Now this country has never carried out the full mandates, but yet we're still honoring it for Indians. Right now, all the benefits that Indians are getting in this country are getting it from the 1866 Indian Treaty because they took up arms against the United States.
I'm sorry, hold on a minute. Okay, so here's the thing, Nixon Keith. Today, he's saying, and I don't really read to people who don't, but you have to give Pontiac, Geronimo Crazy, Tecumseh, Sitting Bull some effing credit for their resistance to the Mexican French. That's not what we're talking about today. See, today, let's not change the subject. Today, we're talking about Native American tribes who enslaved black people and treated them bad, if not worse, than white folk treated them. See, that's what we're talking about today. Because if you want to talk about, I don't know, let's say we wanted to talk about Cassius Clay. He was a famous black politician from North Carolina. He was an abolitionist. He was a white man. We could talk about some of these other white men who was on John Brown. Okay, but we're not going to talk about them on the day when we're talking about white slaveholders. See, today, we're going to talk about the atrocities committed against black people by Native Americans. We're going to talk about the slaughter. We're going to talk about the whippings. We're going to talk about the Indian codes. Did you know the Nazis studied the Native American black Indian codes and they perfected that? Because see, when that Nazi came to Arkansas, you know, remember last week I said he studied white folk, Jim Crow, but he also studied the Native American law because they too had a society set up where it was based on race, keeping the black man down. So that's what we're going to talk about today, Nixon Keith ES1BB. Let's not change the subject. This is the same thing when black folk get together and we start talking about male and female relationships, and when it get too hot, one group said, well, what about what y'all do? Or what about the white woman do it too? We're not going to do that today. You see, this is the problem. Let's not be cowards. Somebody type cowards. Let's not be cowards. Let's deal with the subject at hand. Because I guarantee you, there are movies made about Sitting Bull and Running Bull and bullshit and whoever else is out there. But we don't ever talk about Native Americans and the atrocities they committed against black people. That's why you have people like this dude who can show up and say, you know what? Black Americans were colonizers too. See, that's where people like this come from, because we don't talk about it. We give them a pass. That's what we do. We give them a pass. You blacks, you just want to be liked so much, don't you? You just want to be liked and loved by everybody so much. You don't want to make, well, it's not with the POCs. Now, you'll get that white man hell. You will get that white man pure D hell. But see, when it comes to dealing with the POCs, right? Y'all want to keep the taco truck, your friends happy. That's what you're trying to do. You want to, no, we don't want to offend them. That's you. That's what you do. I'm not gonna play these games with you. That's not what I do out here. You understand? We're not gonna do that. You're not gonna be cowards over here. Go find somebody else to sit up under if you can't handle it. You want to change the subject, just change the channel. Because, see, this is what's going on out there.
Just a reminder to my fellow Native Americans out there. Don't forget that the African Americans are also colonizers, just as much as the white man. Don't believe their hype.
Okay. See that? That's what happens when we change the subject. See, that's what happens when we change the subject. So I'm on it. Uncle D is on. Uncle D is the man on the job. Okay, I'm gonna do what I do. Now let's get back to the subject matter at hand. Somebody type praise Moses in the chat room.
18th in the Civil War, they wiped out all previous treaties. Now every year in the White House, we get about 567 white Indian chiefs, which in history they call $5 Indians, because 90% of the people call themselves Indians nowadays are not really Indians. Those are whites passing as Indians because they paid $5 to the Dawes Commission to get their name on the Dawes roll so they can get all these advantages. But every year they get invited to the White House. And every year they got an approximate $3.5 billion every year, even that Obama's been in office. They got money into the Federal Indian Bureau. Now, see, if you were to talk about reparations, black folks have been getting all this money all these years too. But they got shut out because the Indians in 1938, they sent a letter to the Department of Bureau of Indian Affairs saying, how do we shut black folk down to make sure they never get any reparations?
So you telling me the Indians sent letters to the Bureau of Indian Affairs so that their former slaves, who they think they're better than, couldn't get any money. Couldn't get the reparations. These are your POCs. This is your allies. All you Negroes, come on up here to the front of the room. These are your Native American allies. This is what your great grandma got. That's why she doesn't have a stake in the casino right now. This is what the Native Americans. This is what the Seminoles thought about your great grandma who said she's Native American. She was a slave on that plantation. She was a slave on the reservation. I didn't say it. Be mad at Dr. Claude Anderson.
And that letter floated around in the federal government from about 1938 to about 1941. Then it went to the Secretary for the Department of Interior. And the Department of Interior looked and says, said, how do I come up with a scheme to shut down blacks so they get no reparations in this country? He said, what you do, you Indians come up with a new concept called a quantum blood law, which says that black folk are not entitled to any of the benefits of the 1866 treaty in terms of reparations unless they can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that they got 1/4 Indian blood in them.
Now, how you prove that? How do you even prove that? Right? Let's keep listening.
And we make Indian blood sacred like Jesus Christ's blood. And therefore, they've been shutting blacks out all these years. That's why they didn't get any reparations, to go back to your earlier point. And the last point on reparations, you asked me earlier about a blueprint. This country's always given reparations to all groups except black folk, even though black folk were the ones who built the country. They built the bridges, they picked the cotton, they built the highways, they built the government buildings. They were the backbone of this nation. But now, so in the Marshall Plan, we gave billions of dollars to Germans after World War II. We gave under what's called a Point 4 program. We gave reparations to Japanese.
Now, is any of this inaccurate? I mean, this is obvious. This is common history for those who've read. I mean, this is pretty well known. Is any of this inaccurate? Now, look, that said, we got 900 people in the chat room. I need 300 of y'all to subscribe to the channel. I'm not going to play this game with you guys. I need 300 people to subscribe to the channel. Go ahead and do it now. I know about half of y'all are just hate watching. We're not going to do that. If you need to subscribe to the channel, I need 300 people to subscribe to the channel. Okay, go ahead and do that now. Let's not play this silly game. I know you enjoy the broadcast. 100 people in here. I know y'all ain't got nothing else better to do other than watch me. You ain't paying nothing. So you better subscribe. Come on. I need 300 people to get me to 93,000. So I need 300 people to subscribe to the channel. Do it now. You can unsubscribe later because I know you don't like me. But if you want me to keep going and you want to keep hearing this and you want to be ammoed up, then, so you can have these conversations. Go ahead and subscribe to the channel. I'll wait. We're not going to play this game. I need 300 people. I need 250 people to subscribe to the channel. Come on. Do what you got to do. I'm going to sit here and sip my tea. I'll start playing back-to-back Baby D videos if y'all don't. I'll let him talk y'all to death. Come on. Go ahead. See, a lot of people, they come on here and they just read stuff and they don't actually do any research. They don't have videos. I give you quality, high quality videos. I do research. Shout out to Squanchy 100X2. Thank you so much. I will. People don't do that. They don't use YouTube like it should be. They just throwing stuff out there. They creating sensational stuff and you watch it. And they got 100,000, 200,000 followers talking about mess. Somebody type mess in the chat room. All they do is sit up and talk about mess. Okay, that's what they do. They sit up and talk about mess and y'all watch them. And then you want to come over to my channel and watch me without subscribing to the channel because you don't like me. You think you're helping me. And you are. You're going to help me. You're going to help me get a nice plaque that I can put right back here on my wall. It's going to say 100,000 back there. Shout out to Nina C. Thank you so much for your membership. But again, we are about subscribing now. I need you to subscribe to the channel. I need another 220 people to subscribe to the channel. We have made 80 people so far. I need 220 people to subscribe to the channel. I need 205 people to subscribe to the channel right now. We are still pushing. We need 205 people to subscribe. We need 195 people to subscribe to the channel. Come on. We almost there. We about halfway there. We need 195 people to subscribe to the channel. Go ahead and do it. No hate watching. I have a song called Hate Watching. I need 150 people to subscribe to the channel. I'm going to let y'all work that out amongst yourselves. Who's going to do it? And we're going to finish listening to the good. And make sure you hit the button that the bell button also. I need 150 people to subscribe to the channel. And we're going to keep it pushing right now. But let's do what you do. Go ahead.
We gave reparations to American Indians. We gave reparations to everybody but black folk.
They sure did.
Yet black folk are locked into the bottom of a vertical order and a descending order of wealth, owning, and poverty, and control of resources, and nobody wants to address the issue. Because right now, see, in this nation, everything that everybody dreams of is identified with and associated with white skin. That means privilege, wealth, power, income, and privileges associated with white skin. Nobody.
Where's the lie? Where's the lie in family-friendly fair use? Where's the lie?
His right mind will identify with anything black that's negative. If black folk are carrying 6 to 7 times their fair share of everything is bad, why would anybody want to identify with blackness when they can identify with whiteness and get all these advantages? Now, in terms of what they should be doing for that, black folk, for instance, right now, these young black folk that need leadership in these communities, like this thing about Black Lives Matter, they're floundering around because they don't have any black leadership out there. Now, if black leaders will say, well, what can we do to help these blacks, give them some leadership, and at the same time give them some mild form of reparation that's not violent, not committing themselves to violence, and then to kind of overthrow a revolutionary activities. They should go in all these urban areas. 70% of all the black people in America live in and around 10 large metropolitan areas. Why don't you go in and reindustrialize those areas and build industries in there? But what this country should... What does that mean? That means that...
I mean, we did a disservice by not listening to Dr. Claude Anderson decades ago. We wouldn't be where we are right now had we listened to Dr. Claude Anderson, would we?
Slavery could never have existed in this country
without the participation of the Native American tribes. That's what he was about to say. So, again, it's not just me saying this. It's our great scholars and leaders who've been saying it for years. Okay, let's keep pushing.
Love to bring up when people that look like me, quote unquote, black Americans, say that they're indigenous. They love to bring up that, Native Americans own African slaves. They bring up the Choctaw, the Cherokee, Chickasaw, Seminole, yada, yada, yada. Most of the foreigners here, I would say specifically the English, right? Didn't come across the Choctaw, Cherokee, Chickasaw until like the 1800s, right? People talk about the westward expansion's history, not the 13 colonies history, because they can't name you a tribe that enslaved Africans on the goddamn East Coast at all.
The Iroquois.
Like I've said this before, there's so many people on the internet speaking on East Coast history when they have no ties to the East Coast or the 13 colonies at all.
Well, I have books. Somebody typed Iroquois in the chat room.
People are from fucking West Coast and from the goddamn Great Plains speaking on this shit. And if you're indigenous...
Well, I'm just saying, but this is the people of color arguments that we have to deal with, you all. These are the people of color arguments. Let's keep listening. Let's keep on listening. As long as you keep romanticizing these people, you're gonna keep getting fooled.
Slavery. They don't think of the enslavement of Native Americans. Why is this?
Well, partly because the enslavement of Native Americans occurred first. And
say that again, please.
And they were being enslaved by Native Americans. I want you to keep that in mind. Didn't you hear the story about the Iroquois? Didn't you hear the story about the Comanche? We talked about mourning wars. It was other wars, but I'm just saying, did you not about that?
The enslavement of Native Americans really began before the enslavement of Africans.
And then the Native Americans said, oh, that's a good and innovative idea. We'll enslave those dark people too.
Only in the Caribbean by the Spanish, where it was extremely extensive. And in the Caribbean, I might mention that the numbers were huge that were involved, and they had several kinds of slaves.
Okay, yeah, we heard that before. See, again, somebody type POC in the chat room. Let's hear what this dude said. I want you to hear this Native American fella right here.
Some Native Americans owned slaves. Some Native Americans helped slaves escape. Some black people killed.
Hold on. Some Native Americans helped capture slaves. Some Native Americans were paid a musket and 3 blankets to capture slaves. Okay, let's add that part. But go ahead and see what else. Somebody type some in the chat room.
Innocent tribes in the West.
So some innocent tribes in the West. Who is it that was killing them? The Buffalo Soldiers?
Tribes in the West. Some Africans sold other Africans to Europeans. Some white people were actually slaves. Some white people actually...
You see how he just throwing it on? We talk about Native Americans who participated in the slave trade. So this is your day today, sir. This is your day today. Yes, Native Americans own slaves. Let's stop trying to shift blame off. Some people do. Well, you did it. Well, that's like you got some children and they all... Who brought my goddamn lamp? Deontay broke your vacuum last week and he hid it. No, we're not talking about who broke the lamp. Well, Keisha and them, they came over and they was cooking in the kitchen when you wasn't here. No, who broke the lamp? Okay? That's what we want to focus on today. Don't run from it. Don't be scurrying and running like that. Let's let them finish.
Helped free the slaves. And
they helped free the slaves. They fought against, okay, let them finish. Praise
emancipate
God.
them. Not all. So when you leave out certain adjectives, it changes the entire meaning. Okay. So I invite you to make things more historically accurate.
And I'm going to accept your invitation.
The proper adjectives.
I'm going to accept your invitation. That's what we're going to do this evening, sir. Sir, we will do that this evening. I'm going to accept your invitation and invite anybody who wants to come in. Go, brother. What would you like? We'll get another brother.
You notice the native people on TikTok talking all this shit about black Americans, about how we're migrants, how we are foreigners and all this shit.
And colonizers. Yeah.
Have you noticed that? You know, they got some nerve. No offense to the native people, but when I assemble all of your leaders and your chiefs, they all look like Ed Sheeran. They all look like Justin Timberlake.
White.
And you want to tell me that I don't know my history? Excuse me. At least when I look in the mirror, I can tell what the hell I am.
Yeah, somebody said, where all these freedom fighters come from? I know. How did slavery last 246 years and we had all these freedom fighters out there fighting for us?
Okay, and aside from that, tell me more about your Choctaw Confederates, huh?
Yeah.
Tell me more about how you had 500,000 of us in fucking slavery.
500,000. This brother say 500,000. Look, let me be honest with you. This conversation is so deep and intricate that really the only thing I can do is just kind of give y'all enough so you can go. That's why I drop names and dates and stuff like that. 500,000. The brothers say 500,000. We had 500,000 black people in slavery. 500,000. I'm assuming at the time the Civil War ended. 500,000. Damn. Just so you understand, it was only 4 million black people in the United States in 1861. So if 500,000, so basically saying 1/8 of the black people in the United States were not only enslaved by the Indian, because keep in mind, you have free black people too. So of that 400 million black people in the United States, or what was the United States, about anywhere from 20-30% of them were free people. So you got to chop the number down to like, 2 million, 1,750,000. So if 500,000 were black, and I'm just basing this on this, I haven't done the study. That means 1/8 of the slaves that we had here in the United States at the time of the Civil War were enslaved by Native Americans. Why don't we ever talk about that? Huh? Somebody talk about what about the Trail of Tears? 20% of the people that own the Trail of Tears were the black slaves. I'm gonna talk about that too. We just getting started. I'm like, why don't y'all just let me get to what I'm doing? I'm gonna answer all. We just looking at the video footage now. I'm just laying the predicate now. Okay.
Tell us more about that. You talk about the fucking Buffalo Soldiers, but you don't mention the fact that the Buffalo Soldiers was formed in 1866.
The Buffalo Soldiers were former slaves. I wonder if any of those Buffalo Soldiers who knew Indian territory so well could have possibly been enslaved by those same Indians. Somebody say, maybe it wasn't just the fact that they were killing Native Americans. Maybe they saw those Native Americans as the same people that had tortured, raped, and treated them with those black codes that the Native Americans, that the white folk did in the reservation. Have we ever thought about that? Maybe this is something that, again, as I said earlier, history is never black and white. It's always gray. Maybe some of these Native Americans had said, you know what, I've been in the trenches fighting against white boys who wanted to keep me enslaved, and right next to him is a so-called Native American. The red man and the white man are fighting against the black man and the white man from the north to keep me enslaved. Maybe those noble, brilliant, brave Buffalo Soldiers know something we didn't know. Maybe these Native Americans that we often like to romanticize weren't really that noble at all. Maybe they were in it. Maybe they were in the money-making scheme of black bodies and black labor also. Have you ever thought about that? Well, let's go ahead and continue listening to this broadcast. We'll do our best to keep it PG.
And the Choctaw did not end slavery until 1863. Y'all got some nerve now, some true nerve.
We know, we do know. See, now y'all done woke up again. Remember where we started. They called us the colonizer because we sitting this one out. And so now they want to call us names. We're the colonized, we're all this, and so on and so forth. Let's see what else we got. Hit the #1 button.
We will not sit here and try to lie and downplay Native Americans owning black slaves. Here's one from the Smithsonian about how Native American slaveholders complicate the Trail of Tears narrative, about how the Trail of Tears, the real story is about how many black slaves passed away. Because everybody who's a native who had slaves, I don't feel sorry for them. I feel sorry for the black slaves who had no choice. And
I feel sorry for the black slaves who not only had they walk the Trail of Tears in the bad weather, and they also had to work and walk. See, the Native Americans was walking, you know what I'm saying, from Florida to Oklahoma. The black folks who were their slaves was walking, getting beat up, and working. How about that? Why don't we talk about that? We talk about the slave. Somebody type Trail of Tears. Why don't we have that conversation? Why is that missing from the history books? If 20% of the people who were walking along the Trail of Tears were African people who were enslaved by the Native Americans, why don't we talk about that? Why is that something that's not brought up? Largely because my people of color, black people, all you POC black people don't, oh no, we don't want to. We want to always blame the white man. The white man made them walk. Well, the white man made them walk from Florida all the way to Oklahoma, but the red man made the black man and the black woman and the black child walk with him. Because they were slaves. Why don't we have that conversation? I'm just asking for a friend. Let's keep going.
Even the curator for the Museum for the American Indian is talking about how many of his ancestors and natives owned slaves, like John Ross, who's the Cherokee chief at that time. And they even crushed
John Ross. Did somebody bring up John Ross, the Cherokee chief? He owned slaves too. Why we don't talk about that when we talk about John Ross?
Slave rebellion. So they stopped us from getting our freedom.
I'll talk about that in a minute. About 20 black folk, about 20 black people tried to escape to Mexico from Oklahoma, and the Cherokee sent out basically a slave patrol to get them. I want you to understand that. Let's keep listening.
For over a century. You're saying only 20,000? You're full of shit. Did you know natives had sundown town rules, black codes?
Yes,
you didn't know that?
I did know that. I did know that. But most of these people don't know that, so let me teach them that because I'm trying to get my super chats up because right now I only have 11 and I've been in here 20 and they're not learning fast enough, so I gotta hurry up and do better. Okay, I'm just saying I'm gonna explain to them the black codes that the Native Americans had. You know, we don't want you N-words around our teepees after dark. We want y'all to go back to your slave teepees. Okay, so I'm gonna teach them that, bro. Let me handle that. But go ahead, sir.
They would even buck break the men and violate the women and force the women to have native children, native and black children, because a lot of the native men would force themselves on black women.
So the Native American men were raping black women. That's what you're saying. I thought the white man only did that. I'm saying it seemed to me, family. I know the white man has been in it up to his ankles, but gosh, I think you blacks, I think y'all might need to send white folk a note of maybe a memorandum of understanding. I'm not going to say apologize. I'm not saying that because they were horrible people. We know they're the devil, right? That's what Malcolm said. But it seems to me the devil had some assistance. To me, it seemed to me that the devil, it was some other people in the room with some horns that participated right there with the white devil that Malcolm said is so bad. Okay? I'm just saying, I've just pointed out. I don't want to, I'll get together with the black committee. Okay, me and the black committee, we'll get together. Maybe we'll send a formal acknowledgement to the whites. And we probably, I'm just saying. You see, I'm just saying, let's not apologize yet because we got to keep, get the stuff out of them. But based on the conversation we had yesterday, based on the conversation that we having tonight, it seemed to me, okay, because I got people hanging with me in the comments section right now when I told them, that it was the British that shut down. It was the evil English empire that shut down the transatlantic slave trade in 1808. That just had people upset. I mean, oh my God, how dare you say that? It's goddamn true. It's in the book. I mean, what you want me to do? It's in the book. You mean the English had to bomb the African coast and kill up a bunch of chiefs over there because they wanted to keep kidnapping other black people and sending them over here. Yeah. Oh my, I'm just saying. It's in the books. If you want to keep something from a black person, just put it in a book. And I just so happen to be one of them black people to read. You understand? Not that I'll be listening to stuff too, but I'm just saying, y'all might need to write a note to the whites. Dear whites, let's talk. Talk to you later. All right?
And I am a direct descendant of those people. So please, spare me the bullshit.
Ooh, what you mean, bro? What are you trying to say? A direct descendant of who? You mean they had you? You might be the only one, though. You probably the only black person I know that is a direct descendant of black people owned by slaves. That ain't true, bro. You lying. I know you lying. Come on, man. Get up out of here.
Unlike most African Americans who were...
Is that Blade? Somebody type Blade. Look at Blade. Hit the number one. That's Blade.
Unlike most African Americans who were freed by the end of the Civil War, your ancestors weren't.
Oh. They couldn't get it right.
Well,
they just stuck to it.
Well,
is that ain't Blade. That's the one. That's Rhodey. That's Rhodey from Iron Man. That's who that is. Go ahead. No, Rocket. That's Rocket from Colors.
Take a look at this.
Chickasaw Nation Freedmen Roll.
This document is an official enrollment card for the Chickasaw freedmen, the former slaves owned by the Chickasaw Nation.
Owned by the Chickasaw Nation?
Owned by the Chickasaw Nation.
So you telling me Don Cheadle was also, his ancestors were also owned by those Native American Chickasaws? Is that what you're telling me? I mean, are you telling me that? Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. I thought, reset. Right? Let's let them finish listening.
Your ancestors.
And by the way, this is Dr. Henry Louis Gates. You guys may remember him from the Barack Obama era, Beergate. Some cop came and gave him a hard time at Harvard. And that's Don Cheadle. I remember the first time I saw him in colors. His name was Rocket in color. I never have I can't see him as anything other than Rocket with that rag on his head. But anyway, let's keep listening.
Enslaved by Native Americans. Here's your great-great-grandmother, Mary Kemp, her 11 children, including Bill Cheadle, your great-grandfather, William. And you can see William's father, Henderson, or Hence Cheadle. You are one of the few African Americans who was not enslaved by white people. Yeah.
You was enslaved, just not by white people. Is that really a step up? I mean, I don't think it's any better.
I don't know how I feel about that.
I don't know how I feel about that either. That's why a lot of black people avoid that. They don't want to talk about that.
It's crazy because...
Yeah, it's crazy because we had this picture that it was white people's fault. The whites did it. The whites, 100% the whites' fault. And now, when we start actually looking at history, it's like, hold on a minute, there's a lot more people involved. You mean the Native Americans out there doing it too? Damn. Yeah, I remember him. Somebody said Devil of the Blue Dress. Yeah, man, he was a man. Mousy. I love Mouse. Yeah, I remember that. But let's keep listening.
Most people don't realize that the Cherokee, Creek, Seminole, Choctaw, and Chickasaw nations owned slaves. As self-governing entities.
Now, where were those? They were all in the South. Okay, they were in the South. That's where slavery was. When we say the 5 civilized tribes, that was pretty much all of them of any significance. And they were all down south. It makes sense that they would be in the South because that's where slavery was. You understand what I'm saying, family? Said, oh, it was just the people, it was just the slaves in the South. That's just like saying, oh, it was just Mississippi, Alabama, people in Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Texas, and Arkansas, and Georgia, and North Carolina, and South Carolina that have slaves. Well, that's the whole damn Confederacy. It makes sense, right? Stop letting these people say it was just the 5 civilized tribes. There was the only one to count. Let's keep listening.
They weren't subject to the laws of the United States. So what did this mean for Don Cheadle's ancestors? When the Civil War ended, the 5 civilized tribes kept their slaves. They refused to liberate their slaves.
Everybody wanted to roll with the slavery thing as long as they could.
That's right. They said, come and get them.
Yeah, you got to take my slave.
Come and get them. That's what they said, come and get them. So now you understand why some of those treaties were broken? Now do you see why Native American land was invaded, black people, by the U.S. government? Are we able to kind of say, well, oh, hold on a minute. Next time you hear these Native American folks say the white man broke a bunch of treaties, say, but why? Why did he break the treaties? What were you doing? I'm just saying, I'm not on the white man's side because we know he's the evil devil, conqueror of the world. But why? Ask the question.
Yeah.
Pry it from my cold, dead hand.
And I had no idea.
I hadn't either. This is amazing.
The United States government didn't make a treaty with the Chickasaw until 1866, forcing them to liberate their slaves and make them citizens. The Chickasaws freed their slaves but they did not offer them citizenship in the Chickasaw Nation.
These honorary white people? I mean, what's going on here?
Don?
Because they saw you as less than, my brother. The same cultural people that the immigrant, okay, because I'm telling you, why we got here? Because we got this Mexican, which is another word from mestizo. This Mexican mestizo is saying that black people are the colonizers, and they often try to blame the Spanish and the Portuguese and those folk from over in those Iber Peninsula. They never put it on the Native American. But these Native Americans did not give they would give the white folk and their children. This is what I want you to understand. The white people and their progeny with Native American people, they would get citizenship. That's why you got so many white people who are currently Native Americans, because they were given citizenships. But the black people who were slaves, not necessarily even intermixed, they didn't get citizenship. I want you to understand that. Those Native Americans were as racist and bigoted, and they had the same sort of codes that white folk had against them. This is what I'm talking about. You POCs. We talked about Arabs last night. Now we talking about Native Americans. Y'all ain't gonna have no friends by the time I get through with you. You ain't gonna have no friends. Yeah, you're gonna be side-eyeing everybody by the time I finish with you. Let's keep it. Yeah, they wouldn't let you in because you're black.
Your ancestors were in Indian territory, yet they were neither Chickasaw nor were they Americans. They were a people without a country and without any legal status at all.
That means you couldn't vote, you couldn't sue, you couldn't buy land, you couldn't do anything. That's what that means. So you just stuck. You were people without a land. This is why they had to come up with the 14th Amendment. You understand? Let's keep listening.
Crazy.
The Chickasaw freedmen would spend decades in this stateless limbo, invisible and forgotten. By the time the century drew to a close, the United States government had turned its back on our people all over the South.
Y'all still here? Keep watching.
But out west, where the Chickasaw freedmen had been living as stateless people for over 30 years, the status of Indian territory was about to change. In the late 1890s, the United States government...
Somebody says, Don Cheadle, a Chickasaw. No, baby, he is a black man. He's a Negro. His people were slaves on the Chickasaw reservation. That's what he was. He is clearly a black man, okay?
Drew up official rolls of the citizens and former slaves of the Native American nations. Don Cheadle's ancestors were among those who were ready to stand up and be...
All right, I still need 150 people to subscribe to the channel. Go ahead and handle y'all business.
Counted. Your great-great-grandparents would have had to travel to Tishomingo, the capital of the Chickasaw Nation, in order to enroll. But it was a last chance for former slaves like your ancestors to claim Chickasaw identity. This is the land allotment records for Johnston County, Oklahoma.
Mary Kemp, Henderson Cheadle. So they got some land.
And the number of acres?
40. The fabled 40.
40 acres of land given to them free and clear by their former slaveholders. But can you imagine what?
So the Chickasaw Indians had to give their former slaves reparations in the form of 40 acres. You understand that? This is how well known it was. This is the problem with the American education. So we don't actually teach real history. Because if you taught real history, people would have a better understanding. It'd be hard to keep people together. Okay. And again, the only reason we bringing this up because you got somebody out here talking about black people were damn colonizers. We were slaves to the people you say we colonized. How can you be a colonizer of the people that enslaved you? How does that even work? Somebody make that make sense for me.
This meant to your ancestors?
That's huge.
Okay. All right. Fair use. We got some more videos. I'm still working. I'm not finished with y'all yet. I hope that y'all little heads are popping right now. I hope all y'all little heads are exploding right now. I hope so. Let's keep listening. Let's keep listening.
I spoke about how Native Americans also enslaved black people. Their participation in this atrocity reportedly began in the late 1700s and intensified in the early 1800s. Members of the five so-called civilized tribes used enslaved black men and women as domestic and agricultural workers. For example, Chickasaw planters exported around 1,000 bales of cotton in 1830, which was picked by enslaved blacks.
You mean that they had us picking cotton too? You mean the Native Americans had us picking cotton? I guess we must have did it willingly for them because, they were POCs. They were people of color. I'm sure we did it willingly for them. I'm sure they didn't whip us or anything like that because these are Native American slave owners. We do what they want to do for, we're cool with them. It's just the whites. So I guess we got this preferential treatment out there in that hot Mississippi sun. It's picking from sun up to sundown. I guess that's what you all would like to think. Once you are informed that the Native Americans participated heavily in the slave trade, heavily in slavery, then you want to try to romanticize it and pretend as though, this abusive boyfriend is not as bad as the other abusive boyfriend I had. He just hits me on Tuesday instead of both Thursday and Friday. That's what my foundational black American brothers and sisters do. Y'all, we just got to because we got to keep that white man at the helm of evil. We got to make sure he is the most evil of all. That's what Malcolm told us, right? He got to be, nobody else can be as evil as him. No, nobody, right? That's what we got to do. And so because of that, you're stuck in that line of thinking and you don't want to say, well, let's just look at it even-handedly and just see what it is. Let's see it. Let's see where it lays out. You see? That's why it's impossible. It's still impossible for me to convince black people, even though there are historical records and data and logs showing that Africans participated in the slave trade. No, they didn't know what they doing after 500 years. You tell me them N-words didn't know what they was doing after 500 years? You mean they had people coming in back and forth from 500 years and they couldn't tell you what they was doing to us over here? Are you sure? Are you just delusional? And you just trying to romanticize something that hurts your feelings and distorts your worldview? Is that it? Because remember, the white man is bad. The white man is horrible, right? That's what we've been taught. And you can't get away from that on this Black History Month. Can you? Some of y'all going to the Kashada because y'all going to the casino right now and like, hold on a minute. You mean I'm about to spend money with these people? They had my people. Yeah, you about to go over there and make them richer than what they are. Let's keep going.
Many Native Americans saw slavery as a way to illustrate their societal sophistication in the eyes of European colonizers, who often
they was trying to assimilate. That's what we started talking about earlier. Somebody type assimilate in the chat room. They were assimilating.
Referred to them as noble savages, courageous and fierce.
They were noble savages. That's a hell of a name. That's like he's a smart, ignorant person. They were noble savages. So you understand what I'm saying? They did it for status. We don't like these darks either. Come on, Tonto, let's go on over here. White feather, we'll get some of these Negroes too. And we'll be noble savages. We'll put these little top hats on. I want you assimilation. This is assimilation. This is all these folk want to run up behind white people and kiss their butt. All right, let's keep
Africans
going.
were seen as little more than mindless beasts of burden. Historian Taya Miles once stated that enslaved black people became tokens of economic success. The more you owned, the more serious a business person you were considered. And the more serious a business person you were, the more appropriate you were to join the ranks of civilized society. It's important to note, however, that most Native Americans did not enslave Africans. However, ownership of enslaved blacks was a serious status symbol. Stay tuned for my next video.
When he says most, remember, most of the Native Americans that owned slaves were in the South where slavery was legal. Okay, just keep that in mind because most Native Americans didn't live in America because there was no America at that time. There was some territories, there was some states. You understand what I'm saying? So be mindful of these words people are using. Where were the Confederate states? I need to put a picture up. Because when I look at the Confederate States and I look at where these so-called five civilized tribes, or these noble savage tribes were, they were in the same place that the Confederacy existed. Are we on the same page? These people are the slick. We used to have, back when I was young, we used to have a word called tricknology. Have y'all ever heard that word? This is probably before y'all time. This is back same place where we the term woke actually popped up. Tricknology. You know, it's they playing with words, so you don't really understand what's going on.
Legally owned slaves in the United States weren't white Southerners. They were Native American tribes.
Yep.
And this might surprise you because Native Americans are often portrayed as morally pure, peaceful victims of history.
Aren't they?
But the reality is far more complicated.
Tell us what the reality is, Mr. White AI man.
Native nations practiced slavery, and many fought for the Confederacy during the Civil War. Several of the 5 civilized tribes, the Cherokee, Choctaw.
Now I want you to see, look at where they at in Louisiana, all over Mississippi, Alabama. This is where they were. Okay, this is where they were. Let's keep going.
Chickasaw, Creek, and Seminole enslaved African Americans before and during the war. This happened in part because U.S. officials pushed these tribes to adopt American-style farming, wealth systems, and yes.
It's the white man's fault. I think they chose to assimilate. That's what I think, sir. But go ahead. Again, remember, we still want to romanticize these Native Americans instead of calling them what they did. You participated in slavery. You don't have clean hands. You have dirty hands. Nobody wants to call them on that. But they're quick to tell us now they done flipped the script and said, we were colonizers. Do I need to play the video of the Mexican man saying that black people were colonizers and we shouldn't fall, his people shouldn't fall for our tricks? Should I play that again, or I played it like 4 or 5 times? Or do you get why we're having to now deal with this? See, you allowed them to call you, first of all, you allowed them to call you POCs, people of color. Then they said, well, we're people of color, you're also immigrants. And if you're immigrants, well, clearly we're indigenous, so you must be colonizers. You understand what I'm saying? You fell for it. Instead of saying, no, I am a black American, specifically, I am a foundational black American, which means I can trace my roots back to the slavery institution. You see? Let me tell you how cold the game is. If any one of you black Americans look deep enough, you'll be able, if your people are from Mississippi, Alabama, somewhere like that, you'll be able to find a family member that was on a slave plantation run by Native Americans. Remember, people moved from place to place. They didn't just stay. They had a work day. It was January 1st of every year during slavery. You would go from different places to different. You didn't stay on a plantation your whole life. You went from different place to different place. You understand? So you might be I just want y'all to understand this is how this went. This is mobile. Okay, shout out to 562 Canary. I hope y'all learning something. Let's keep
chattel slavery. When the Civil War broke out, the story took an even darker turn. Many of these same tribes sided with the South.
They did.
They signed treaties with the Confederacy, and thousands of Native soldiers fought under the Confederate flag.
So you mean the same treaties? So these same treaties that keep getting broke. Some of these treaties were signed with the Confederate government. So when they say they signed treaties with the U.S. government and the U.S. government broke these treaties, or they signed treaties with the white man, are they talking about they've signed treaties with the Confederate white man or the Union white man? Okay, I need somebody just ask questions. I just want y'all to, I'm just here to ask questions. That's all I'm doing is asking questions. Can we get my subscribers up? I don't want to do nothing to y'all. I don't want to put this on subscriber only. Come on now. We need to get 100 more subscribers. We need to get 100 more subscribers. Make it happen.
Why? Because after decades of broken promises, forced removals, and land theft by the U.S. government.
Land theft? You mean the land theft? You had stole people. You had people enslaved and you worried about land theft? You wasn't working the land. You had black people working the land. You had African slaves working the land.
The South offered them something Washington never had. Autonomy and protection. And here's the final twist.
See that? Who was working that land? Because I've never seen any photographs of Native Americans picking cotton. And now it's all starting to come clear. I'm starting to see, I am beginning to see, I have a clear picture of what was going on. So you telling me, now I'm gonna show you all the Cherokees, where all the Cherokees at? I'm gonna show you a Cherokee plantation.
Okay, so explain the removal to those that don't know.
The removal is the Trail of Tears that sent us all the way to Oklahoma. They found gold in Georgia, and so they wanted to take our land. They,
The U.S. Army.
And so we didn't like America to begin with because we were fighting for the South. We fought for the South here.
We didn't like America. Look at that white man right there. He looks very white to me. We didn't like America. We were fighting for the South.
You fought with the Confederates?
Yeah, we did.
So you guys joined forces in the Civil War?
But we had to. It's like we were forced to, or else they were going to kill us.
Sure.
They've already wiped majority of us out. So what makes you think they couldn't do it again?
So again, victim. Oh, see how people say, oh, no, we had to fight. We had to risk our lives and get shot and fight the Union Army, because if we didn't, the Confederate was killing us. So we decided to risk our lives and die fighting against them. You're gonna die anyway. Yeah, I mean, look at this double speak and double talk. Let's keep listening.
But you guys had slaves, Indian slaves, black slaves, white slaves,
I didn't care what color you were.
They didn't have a whole lot of white slaves. That was illegal. But let's keep going.
Yeah, we put you to work. Yeah.
We put you to work. Somebody type, let me run that back. Somebody type, we put you to work.
Yeah, we put you to work.
Get your black ass out there and pick that cotton. That's what he said with his feather hat on. Get out there. You understand what I'm saying? He who speaks with a forked tongue.
Yeah.
So
it's like a prisoner of war.
If you were captured, you were a slave here.
But see, that's the thing too. Like, we were known as a principled people, and during war times, if I shot you in the leg with the arrow and you didn't die, you're my responsibility.
Okay.
I took you home and made sure you were well. Your leg was healed.
See that? Are you serious? Do you really think we're gonna believe that, sir? We heard what the Iroquois and the Comanche did. And we heard what the Katawa people did. So we just supposed to believe you, sir? We're just supposed to believe you, a principled people? You have slaves, you have black slaves that being raped, and you got them out there working in the cotton. You had the bullwhip just like the white. I'm just asking, where all the Cherokees at? Well, all the people out there who say my mama was great-great-grandma was a full-blooded Cherokee, where you at? I need you to come out here.
And then I would take you back to your tribe.
Sure you would, sure. Somebody type sure.
But sometimes you put them to work.
They mouthed off, tried to escape or tried to...
Okay. Look at it. I mean, do y'all believe, does anybody have, how could we fall for this for so long? Black people, how do we fall for this for so long? Huh?
Called Mexican nationalist who ignorantly spews racism toward foundational black Americans. Let me educate you. You are not the indigenous authority of these lands. You are a mestizo, a mixed descendant of European colonizers and the enslaved and indigenous peoples they oppressed.
That was co-signed with them also, because they had slaves too, ma'am, but go ahead.
That term you proudly wave without understanding, it literally means mixed. A product of Spanish rape and forced assimilation. Before
Some look like some of them assimilated because they wanted to.
you insult us, remember this. Many of your great-great-great-grandmothers were black women.
Black women that were enslaved and were raped. That's the story. How did those black women get over there? That's what I want y'all to understand. How did all these people have these enslaved black women? Where did they come from? They were slaves and they were raped. And they were forced to reproduce children for these Native Americans and everybody else. Are you all starting to see a better picture? So when your great-great-grandma talked about she was one part Cherokee, she was raped just like the white man raped her. So where's the honor in that? Why y'all so quick to brag on that? That ain't nothing to brag on. Somebody said they traveled. Where was a black person gonna travel to during slavery? Did you know the slave patrols would wrap you up, grab you up, and put you on another plantation? Travel where? Baby, come here, Jackson Lake. Where would they travel to, baby, during Jim Crow and before that? Where would they travel to during slavery times through the South? Do you think it was safe for a black woman to be walking around, traveling? Who's she traveling with? From the South to the North? Baby girl, let me explain something to you. I don't know what part of the country you from, but I live in Texas. And you talking about we travel from the south to the north. I've lived in Louisiana. I passed through Mississippi. My family's from Mississippi. Traveling from the south to the north. Okay. I don't think you could travel from New Orleans to Baton Rouge. That's about a 60-minute drive. Okay. Harriet Tubman never left, baby girl, Harriet Tubman never traveled more than 100 miles from where she started. Okay, I need you to understand that. When she talks about the Underground Railroad, those times she went, it was less than 100 miles, baby. We wasn't talking about walking from Georgia to Canada. And see, this is the problem that we have. Okay, this is the issue that we have. You romanticize because it messes up your belief. You think, oh, look, my hair got a little baby hair right here. All I got to do is put a little Vaseline on it, and that's the Indian in my family. No, it's not. Okay? It's not, baby. And see, you all are delusional because you want to romanticize this because slavery was so horrible, and I'm trying to say just embrace it. Stop trying to pretend like it was anything other than a horrible experience and that you had allies back then. You did not. Black Americans were a commodity. Black Americans were property. A large percent of that whatever features you think are Native American are actually from white people. If you go back 6 generations, I had this conversation the other night. 6 generations, everybody got a white granddaddy. Everybody got a white granddaddy. Everybody in FBA land has a white granddaddy 6 generations back. Because that's what they were doing. Now, you can be mad if you want to, but it is what it is. And I don't care if you're mad. Now, let's stop romanticizing. Let's live in reality right now.
Foundational Black Americans, stolen, bred, and absorbed into your bloodline during the brutal colonial caste system of New Spain. Our people were here long before your last name ended in "ez." We were autochthonous to the Americas, the mound builders, the Mississippians, the Olmec.
Now, see, she talking about something that we ain't got. We talking about thousands and thousands of years ago. I'm just talking about recent years ago, okay? Let's keep pushing. All right, y'all, we gonna wrap it up in a minute. I just, I know. We ain't finished
The
yet.
Emancipation Proclamation happens, right? And it's a federal order that says everybody has to...
All right, baby girl, Jackson Lake. You want to come in here? We'll stop the show and bring you in here. Come on, Jackson Lake. Come on in here, baby. Let me explain, because I'm sure you have a lot of questions that other people have. I'm going to let you come in here, Jackson Lake. Jackson Lake, come in here. She said, everybody black were not slaves. You're right. But there's been so much intermixture since that time period that you more likely than not, you have not just one side, but multiple people who were enslaved at that time. You understand? Everybody was not enslaved, but most people, I'm going to say 99.99% of people who consider themselves foundational Black Americans, they have slave ancestry, okay? And you can't get away from that. You cannot romanticize that. I'm just trying to tell you, baby, it's the truth. You're not going to get away from that. Yeah, you might have had a couple of freeborn Black people, but they were formerly slaves too. And it was so easy to become a slave. All they had to do was snatch you up and put you in slavery and say, you belong to me. You are mine. Have you ever read the book called 12 Years a Slave? Huh? Okay, let me go on. Let me get back to the work.
They're free. Confederate people.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that? Y'all lost. So that's done. And as a result, Native American people had to release their slaves too.
They didn't do it.
And they become citizens of that nation because they belong to the people of that nation.
They belong to.
So I figured this because when I was in Tulsa, I learned that Native American people were allotting land or letting Black people purchase land.
After being threatened and forced by the American government.
And because Black people were able to purchase land, that was something.
Baby, the Mason-Dixon line, do you know they had slaves in New York? They had slaves in Baltimore? Sweetheart, you know one of the biggest breeding farms was in Baltimore. Do you know the Emancipation Proclamation only freed the slaves in the slave states? Did you know that? Sweetheart? I'm just saying. I'm just let's go on. I'm gonna get somebody up in here.
Think that they
Somebody
could not
learn
do
something.
as a citizen of the United States. So they did that in the territory of Oklahoma under the citizenship of these such tribes. And I know this because there were Black millionaires listed in the research for like how Black Wall Street got started, out of oil booming. So if you think about that oil rush and people, especially, you already know who try to make their way all the way from the South right on back up to Oklahoma. So that's why.
Yeah, so she's just basically explaining to Black people in Oklahoma, because remember the Trail of Tears, they were being resettled and they moved right along. Now, how do you think all them Black, how do you think 1/3 of the cowboys were Black? How do you think they got there? They got there because they were brought there with the Native
my
Americans.
family tree, blah, blah, blah. So here you go. Hold on. Let me show
What are
you
you?
a little bit about me.
This is one of y'all people right here. This is the people of color. This is one of the Native American Indian. Let's hear what she say.
This is my great-grandma, my 11th great-great-great-great-great-grandma. Her name is Frances Lightfoot Gibson. She was a part of the, I never know how to say it, Pasagi tribe.
How did she become part of the Pasagi tribe, baby? How did she become part of it? Did she go over there voluntarily? Or was she kidnapped? I'm just asking questions. I'm asking you questions because it wasn't a romantic relationship. It wasn't the Valentine's Day. They didn't have Valentine's Day back then, baby. Okay? Just trying to help you out, baby.
Powahatan tribe in Virginia.
In Virginia. It wasn't, Virginia was one of the biggest slave-holding states. It was the original slave-holding state, baby. Okay, that's where George Washington and all the founding fathers was out there making half-breed babies. Okay.
This is also my grandma right here. You see her with her all that on. So now let me see your genealogy, bitch, because my people been here. They were clearly indigenous.
Indigenous. Somebody type indigenous. Somebody type indigenous. They were indigenous. Somebody type indigenous in the chat room.
Some of them. Okay, so this my shit too. This my land too. But what I don't like, what my point of the video was why do y'all try to separate the fact so much when either way it goes, they still experience the same shit. They still got the shit beat out of them. They still got separated from their families. They still lost sight of their culture because they was moved and displaced in so many places. Like,
all right, this is how you sound when you talk to me. This is what I hear when y'all start talking about my mom. I can't say the name of the Indian tribe, but I know they was Indian. Now, I'm just going to suggest maybe you should rethink.
What you're saying is still not answering my question. Y'all trying to separate, like, I don't know. I can see why y'all like the whole African Americans and trying to, separate the fact that Africans be calling themselves African American now. Okay, I get it. I get that part.
No, I think we calling ourselves foundational Black Americans, baby. I'm just saying, I'm here for you. I'm here for you, okay? But maybe if you look a little further, you see, you have white in you. It's not indigenous. Okay, I don't know whether indigenous people, what happened to them. I've never seen an indigenous person, but I'm thinking this might be white.
All that other shit.
There's very, very few foundational Black Americans actually have that indigenous DNA in them. Just take a test.
It just still don't make sense to me. Yeah. And you're saying this is our land and people like me, this and that and the third. Yes, this is my shit too. But I would love and can't wait to see the day that the government decides to give y'all anything the fuck back. I can't wait to see that day. Unless y'all gonna rise up with some type of violence.
Why is it the people that ain't gonna fight always be trying to get people to fight? Let me get you up out of here, because that's just silly, baby. That's just all the fighting has been done. Let's go and let's keep moving. Let's see who else We almost finished. We're gonna push. We're gonna keep it pushing. Let's get up. Keep it pushing.
I thought we were all aware that a large collection of the Native American population have always been anti-black, and so much so that during the Civil War, they were, even though they couldn't defend Confederacy, they definitely supported it. And the reason they couldn't defend Confederacy is because they didn't live in the states. So our rights, our laws did not apply to them. And so much so that when the Emancipation Proclamation was actually passed, they kept their slaves. Yes, Native Americans owned slaves.
Yeah, I know.
How don't people know this?
They don't
For
want to
the
hear
200
it.
plus years.
It does not fit the story. Remember, the white man was at fault. Okay, the white man was at fault. And if you start saying Native American owned slaves, then people say, hold on a minute. That's not, you make some breakdown. You know, you got to Control Alt Delete and switch to task. You got to unplug the computer from there to mess the programming up.
They owned so many slaves, and slavery was so beneficial financially to them that it helped rebuild their entire economy. And it was so detrimental to their economy that when their slaves were freed, their economy crumbled. And when I say they, I'm talking about the 5 civilized tribes. That's the Cherokee, the Choctaw, the Chickasaw, the Creek, and the Seminole. Now, these were not the only Native American reservations.
So you telling me that the Native American tribes have become so dependent on Black American or slave labor, Black people's labor, that their whole economy crumbled. That's why they ended up in the reservation. Oh. So what you're saying is it wasn't until they lost their slaves that they went downhill. Oh, that's why they out there drinking and strung out on alcohol, and they don't have anybody do their work for them anymore. So when we hear about these Native Americans having all these issues, it's because they lost their slaves. Is that what you're trying to tell us? Damn. Somebody type damn in the chat room. And yet they say immigrants built this country. Apparently, not only did we build the country, hell, we built up the reservations too. This is amazing. Somebody type of, are y'all learning something in the
tribes, but they were the 5 civilized tribes. And the reason that they're even called civilized tribes is the same reason that they got involved with slavery, is because they inherited, oftentimes it was forced on them, but they inherited a lot of Anglo-Saxon, AKA white traits and lifestyle. And slavery.
Now see, no, I believe they wanted to assimilate, because see, Black people have not assimilated. And I believe anybody who wants to assimilate with the white man will. And that's what we see happen. See, you got to separate, baby. They want to assimilate with white people. And that's why they picking up their stuff. Okay? I'm just saying.
It was just one of many, and everybody.
This is more POC romanticization. Oh, we're going to give them the benefit of the doubt. They didn't want to do it. They just did it because, you know, the white man was doing it. They just did it. There's a lot of stuff white people are doing we don't do as Black people. Right? There ain't no Black people in the Epstein files, is it? No. And that's for a good reason. Okay? We don't assimilate to that. Let's keep pushing.
Always mentioned slavery, but they don't mention the fact that it also changed the way they look at themselves, the way that they treat each other in public, the way that their hierarchical statuses and how they treat people below them, how many times a day they eat instead of listening to their bodies. There were a lot of different Native American traditions that were just.
Yeah, we heard of the Indian Removal Act. That you mean when they brought their slaves with them on the Indian removal? It should have been the Indian Negro removal, because they brought their slaves with them. Lynn Finch, we have heard about that. Catch up. Okay, don't come here bringing down the class, Lynn Finch.
Wiped away and put and replaced with white supremacy, and part of that was slavery, enslaving Black people. Now, what people don't talk about when you're talking about Native American.
Yes. And you remember why we're here tonight? Y'all remember how this happened? Dude said that Black people are colonizers, and people shouldn't fall for the tricks. Remember, that's how we got here? I got a couple more videos. We're going to keep pushing.
Nearly as simple as the stories we're taught in school. Most of us learn about Native Americans primarily as victims of European colonization. But there's another chapter to the story that rarely makes it into our textbooks or documentaries. What if I told you that several Native American tribes own thousands of Black people, and not just a few isolated cases, but a systematic practice that mirrored the very system oppressing them? The Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Creek, and Seol nations, often called the 5 Civilized Tribes, participated in Black cattle enslavement, a system where people were treated entirely as property on a scale that will shock you beyond belief. By 1860, just before the Civil War began, these 5 tribes collectively owned thousands of Black people. And here's something you probably never learned in history class. Some tribes had owned more enslaved people than nearby white Southern states. We're going to talk about the truth like never before on Native Americans owning Black people. Enslavement existed in North America way before Europeans arrived, but it was very different from the brutal race-based system that came later. For many indigenous peoples, captives taken in tribal conflicts weren't treated as lifelong properties. They weren't defined by skin color or considered inherently inferior. Many captives could improve their status through work, military service, or marriage. Some were even adopted into families to replace deceased relatives. But everything changed when European colonizers arrived with their concept of racial enslavement. Native Americans watched as Europeans began kidnapping and enslaving both indigenous people and Africans brought forcibly across the Atlantic. Initially, many tribes were victims of this trade themselves, with colonists in places like Carolina capturing and selling Native Americans to other colonies in the Caribbean. But here's where the story takes a darker turn. European colonizers soon realized the local Native Americans could escape too easily because they knew the terrain well. And so to rid themselves of this liability, they turned to enslaving imported Africans instead.
Imports. We are imports.
And unfortunately, some Native American tribes, particularly those trying to adapt to European ways, began to follow the
assimilation. This is the danger of Black people. I want you to hear me. This is the danger of trying to align with people who want to assimilate. This is the danger of trying to align with people who want to assimilate with white people. Okay? This is why this Black and Brown coalition is fatally flawed from the inception. They want to assimilate with white people. And that's not going to work. Shout out to Michelle Hallock and shout out to 562 Canary. We're going to keep pushing an Alabama child. Let's keep pushing. You hear your people talking?
their example.
History
By the
is
late
talking to you.
1700s and early 1800s, the 5 civilized tribes began adopting European ways. How they dressed.
You understand what I'm saying? Somebody type Black and Brown coalition. Let's type Black and Brown. This is what we're talking about. Let's move on. Let's see who else got something to say.
Wait till you find out the Cherokee tribe owned slaves. A video of an actual Cherokee plantation. Let's take a look real quick. Now I need somebody. See, look, Cherokee plantation now. Where are the Indians that's enslaving the Negroes? Are these supposed to be the Indians? Are these the Indians? Is that?
That's the Indian right there.
The Indian? Is that the Indian? Is that the Indian? Or is that the Indian? Is that?
No, that's a cowboy. Because see, 30% of the people who were brought, 30% of the cowboys were Black. And they were brought there by the Indians. Don't confuse it. Look at Black cowboys. 30% of the Black cowboys in the Old West, or 30% of the cowboys were Black. They didn't call white men boys. They call them cattlemen. They call them cowhands. If you had boy in the back of your name, that means you were Black, a Black man. Matter of fact, denim jeans, because of a cheap material, it was easy to, it was a cheap material. It was easy to manufacture. That was jeans. That was material made popular by Black people. Yes, I'm talking about Levi jeans. This is what I'm talking about. This was Black people used to wear this stuff. It was for the poor people. It's for the working people. White people didn't do work like that, and clearly the Indians didn't do it either.
Or is that the Indian?
No, those are Black people that were slaves and were brought by the Native Americans, young brother. Just because they were with the Native Americans does not mean they were Native Americans. You can see a room full of people. Some will be rich, some will be poor, some will speak English, some will speak other. To you, they look like people. But socially, they're different and they have different statuses. That is a Black man who is a descendant or a former slave of the Native Americans. Shout out to the 1 3. I can't say all that. That's too many numbers, man. That's too many numbers you can put on there. But anyway, let's keep it going.
That's the Indian.
And that's why context is important. Understand what you're seeing. Don't just look at the visual. What's actually going on? Who is that? That is a Black man, okay? Not a Native American. That is a Black man who was enslaved, clearly.
the people that's actually keeping the land flourishing the way it's supposed to? Or are these the Indians? Are these...
That's black people about to go to a baptismal, young brother. That's what that is.
The Indians.
No, that's a baptism. That's a Southern-based style baptism.
Annual report of the Bureau of American Ethnology to the Secretary of the Smithsonian Institution in 1897 through 98 by J.W. Powell. It says, and quote on page 233, in regard to the contact between the two races by which such stories could be borrowed from one another, it is not commonly known that for the southern colonies of Indian slaves were bought and sold and kept in servitude and worked in the field side by side with Negroes up to the time of the Revolution. It says the Cherokee as early as 1693 complained that their people were being kidnapped by slave hunters. Hundreds of captured through Tuscarora.
And then they turn around and start kidnapping and enslaving black people. They joined in. They assimilated. Somebody type assimilate.
The whole tribe of Appalachia were distributed as slaves among the Carolina colonists in the early part of the 18th century. It says while the Natchez and others shared a similar fate in Louisiana, and as late as 1776, Cherokee prisoners of war were still sold to the highest bidder for the same purpose. It says at one time there was charged against the governor of the South Carolina that he was provoking a general Indian war by his encouragement of the slave hunts.
Eddie O says, sorry, there's no such thing as a black man, so there's no such thing as a white man either then. They don't exist. White men, you don't exist. There's no such thing as there's no country called white, so you whites don't exist. Okay, period. You whites don't exist. According to this logic, since there's no such thing. Why are we getting off subject? Why are we getting off subject, Eddie? Why are we getting off subject? Why can't we just stay focused? You know what I mean when I'm talking about black people, just like you know what I mean when I'm talking about white people, Eddie. See, these are distractions. It hurts so bad to hear the truth, people will throw anything out there, but I'm gonna stay focused. I'm gonna bring you right back on in here to where we at. Y'all hit the #1 button, baby. We'll keep it pushing.
Furthermore, as the coast tribes dwelled, they were compelled to associate and intermarry with the Negroes until they finally lost their identity and were classed with that race, so that a considerable portion of the blood of the southern Negroes is unquestionably Indian. And the crazy part about this is, you know the people that I showed you at the beginning of that video? Those were the people that was classified actually as the Indians.
No, those people who were on the Indian reservation, and they might have been classified as Indians for convenience, but they were clearly slaves. Okay, they were black slaves. You can call an apple or orange all you want to. Okay, but it's still going to be an apple. All right, I don't care how much you want to romanticize it and get away from the fact that our people know you weren't Indian. Just because the white man called you an Indian don't mean you're an Indian, sir. I'm just trying to tell you. I'm just trying to point that out to you, okay? I'm going to move on to the next one because I want to kind of get through this. I want to try to finish all these videos up. This should be a good one.
All the Native Americans talk about Beyonce and her shirt.
What they say about Bay?
And I want to be nice because I've been an activist on pretending Indians, but
Hold on. Mister, you are racist. I don't have time. What do you mean I'm racist? Lynch, what makes me racist because I'm telling you how racist Native Americans were the foundational black Americans? What makes me racist? Why is it that I'm racist when I'm sitting here telling folk, hey, you know what? Native American people enslaved black people. Why is that racist? What makes me, why does that make me racist, ma'am? I need to understand that. I tell you what, how about this? Maybe, since I'm the racist one, right? Let's do this. Is this racism too? Let me know.
Hey, bitch, do something about it. Stop playing me before I beat your ass.
Yeah.
Stop playing me before I beat the fuck out of you. Stop playing.
N-word. Oh.
Stop playing me before I beat the fuck out of you.
I guess that's not racist, Miss Lynch. That's not racist, right? When Mexicans are calling black people the N-word. What about this? This man is saying that you're culturally racist.
Say that Mexicans are culturally racist.
Oh, they're culturally racist. I don't think black Americans are culturally racist at all. I think we say some harsh, mean, nasty words like everybody, but we're not culturally racist. But here's the thing. I'm the racist. I'm the racist because I'm here pointing out the fact that you know what? This is what Native Americans
won't let
did.
his daughter date a black man, but she could date a white man.
Oh, is that racist?
Like older Mexican man won't let
they don't want their daughters dating black men? That's not racist? It was racism in that. But I'm the racist, okay? I'm the racist. Well, I'll tell you what, Lynch fan, you can sit here and hang out if you want to, and I'll be whatever you need me to be if that makes you feel good, because these facts are hitting you upside the head. These facts are the problem. You can argue with these facts. You can call these facts racist.
Actually had slaves. And a lot of you guys make a lot of jokes about Cherokee princesses, but Cherokees are a civilized tribe that had black slaves. There were 5 civilized tribes. And I would like to see the DNA test of all the Native Americans on this app that pick on the descendants of Cherokee slaves. Like I know a lot, all the slaves, if you look at African DNA tests, you will literally see that the most slaves were brought to Cherokee land. To tribes, like, I'm seeing so many posts, like the shirt was based solely on the 5 civilized tribes that kept slaves after they were free longer than Texas. Longer than Texas. And the fact that you guys are like, oh, you blacks are always saying you guys are Cherokee. No, Cherokees had a ton of black slaves. Blackfoot, so many of these tribes had so.
You understand what's going on? The reason you got so many of these grandmas saying they were Cherokee is because they probably were raised on a Cherokee plantation or reservation. And so they assume I must be Cherokee. They didn't know people didn't have DNA tests back then. They just assumed they was this white DNA to make my hair look a little stringier than the typical black person means I'm Cherokee. No, you were a slave, baby. Y'all understand what I'm saying? That's why when you turn around and take that DNA test, it shows up Negro and Scots, Irish DNA. Because your people were slaves of the Cherokee Nation. You understand what I'm saying? The federal government had to force these people to give you all reparations. And this woman got the nerve to call me a racist. Because I'm pointing out the fact that this is what the government did. This is history. It's not racism, it's history, damn it. Don't run away. And don't be delusional. Keep going, little lady with the tattoos, sir. It's a handsome young lady right there. Keep
Many
going.
black slaves. I get it. Oh, there's millions of other Native tribes that had nothing to do with it. But what about the loud ones that did?
Somebody said, oh, how do we fix it? You know how we fix this, Lynch? Y'all give us our reparations. That's what we want to cut of that casino money. How about you do it? How about, since y'all so concerned about white folk breaking treaties with y'all, how about y'all give us our treaty from 1866 and give us our 160 acres over there off that Indian reservation land? I guarantee you we'll do something with it. We certainly will. How do we fix it? Give us our check. Somebody type cut the check in the chat room. That's what you do. Stop playing with me. I'm not the one. Let's keep going.
That literally signed off land for $4 million. And y'all like, no, we need to give land back. No, these 5 civilized tribes gave up your land.
Yep.
There's documentation of this trade. There's documentation of slaves on native land, and you guys are mad at Beyonce. I would love to see the DNA test of all the Native Americans. Who are the civilized tribes and who are not the civilized tribes? Let's see. Because I did my DNA test to prove like I've been trying to prove all this shit. Like I've been a pro, fuck pretending Indians bullshit all day. But now for the natives to get on here and say, oh, natives didn't do shit to y'all, why the fuck would she wear that shirt? And y'all don't know the
y'all make sure y'all go and get you a Buffalo Soldier shirt.
The history behind the civilized tribes that shirt was made for.
Yeah. They were slave owners. The Native Americans were slave owners. They were whether we talk about the civilized tribes or anybody else involved, they were slave owners. They enslaved your people. They helped catch your people. They were on the slave patrols. They were right there with the white man. They were fully assimilated. As they were getting their butt kicked across the country, they tried to prove to the white man that they were civilized savages. Is that what they call it? Sophisticated savages? I'm just saying. We blame the white man for plenty. But you know what? History's not black and white. There's some gray in there. In this case, it's some red.
Like, and then you like what? Like I can't get with it. Like I can't get with it because Cherokees had a shit ton of black slaves. So if you meet a girl from Louisiana and she says she got some Cherokee in her, even if it's 1%, I don't get the jokes anymore.
It's not even funny.
I really don't get you guys are picking on descendants of slaves because their grandmother said that their grandmother was on a native plantation.
Yeah, as a slave. And that's funny to them. That's funny, right? That's funny. Okay. All right. Yeah. Jokes. Everybody got jokes. And again, we know why we're here today, right? We understand what happened. We had somebody come in and, tell us that, we were, that we were the colonizers. That's how this got started. That was the trigger point, right? We were the colonizers. And why did they say that? Because black people have decided to sit down and we're resting. So this has got everybody triggered. Okay. I'm going to let y'all hear one more video and then we're going to start cooking.
I see that Beyonce has the internet in a tizzy. And I will say what I've been saying for a very, very long time. History is whooping y'all tail. Mm-hmm. It is whooping y'all tail. Okay? Listen, this is something that every person of color needs to understand. Anyone that is not black, that is a part of a minority people group here in the United States of America. All of you participated in the forward progression of the oppression of black people.
All of you. All of them.
Every single one of you. Native Americans, Asians, South Asians, Italians, Irish, right? Like everybody that was considered less than, also considered yourself less than others, but better than blacks.
Because they wanted to assimilate.
Every single one of you. Every single one of you. Every single one of you. History is complex and people are complex. Two things can be true at the same time. The Native Americans were almost extinct and the Native Americans were also owning slaves.
Yes, they were.
Blacks. African Americans. Yeah. So it's very funny to me that Native Americans thought they were always our allies. You weren't.
They know they weren't. They just tell you that now because they count on the fact that you're not reading history.
You weren't. Because the reality is this, right? Let's think of it in a logical manner, right? The Native Americans, Trail of Tears, everybody is almost extinct, okay? Like, majority of the Native American tribes was almost extinct on this Trail of Tears, all right? These white people, they came in, took over your land, killing and slaughtering all of these people and all of these livestock. At the same time, they put you guys off into these concentration camps, right? And then they're bringing in droves of these other people, hundreds and hundreds of these black people that are coming off on boats, okay? Mind you, the Native Americans are a people that have already been traumatized, greatly traumatized by white people. And they are...
Somebody said, what about the black slave owners? Today we talking about the Native American slave owners. We gonna talk about the Native American slave owners today. Okay, I've done that before on this broadcast. Today, we've talked about white women slave owners. We've talked about white men slave owners. We've talked about black slave owners. Today, we're talking about Native American slave owners. Stay focused on the subject. Fool goggles sake. Somebody type stay focused in the chat room. Stay focused on the subject matter. Dang. Why y'all keep trying to divert? What about that? What about that? Yeah. No. We right here where we are today.
Over all of these other people. What makes you think that Native Americans was going to be like, oh my gosh, white people are doing something bad to these other strangers that we don't know. We must save them.
Absolutely not.
Is that what y'all thought?
They know better. They knew better. They knew better. I know.
What?
Nah, I know.
No. Why would they have any reason
at all? They were trying to get that
to defend
all of them.
These black people that are clearly taking the brunt of whatever angst and anger that was once directed at them.
Yep.
Native Americans is like, oh baby, we need to stay out the way. We need to stay out the way. We don't know who these new people are, but they are definitely, they taking some licks. We just need to sort ourselves out over here, okay? And then there was Native Americans that was like, well, let's see about this whole slave owning thing. I'm only only half Native American, so maybe I'm a little white passing. Maybe I can also profit off of this, right? Yeah. Yeah. So listen, the fact that you don't know this part of your history, holding your hand, looks like you're also a victim of misinformation.
Yeah.
If you thought that Native Americans were always the allies of black people, crazy.
They never were. Their hands as dirty as white folks' hands. And so the idea that you would have
black people weren't always the allies of black people. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you weren't always our ally, Boogie Bear. So yes, the Buffalo Soldiers did have to round y'all up.
There you go.
Because y'all was still holding on to slaves as if the 13th Amendment didn't exist, boo. So yes. Yes.
Are we starting to see a full picture of what was going on now? Because all of this started because you had this one Mexican man say that black folks are the colonizers. That's where we started. This is how we started, and this is where we are now. Okay? That's how we started, and this is where we are now. This is how we started.
A reminder to my fellow Native Americans out there. Don't forget that the African Americans are also colonizers, just as much as the white man. Don't believe their hype.
So this is where we started. All because, you all are mad at us because we're not coming out there rescuing you and saving you from ICE and, but this is why it started. This is where we are, and you all can't seem to get over. But I'm just, I'm just gonna remind you of something like that. Maybe you forgot. I'm gonna show you something. So this is why you're mad. You're mad at this is what happened. This is what you did. This is what you did.
I vote for Mr. Trump. We vote for Mr. Trump. Yes, Mr.
That's what you did.
We love you. We love you. All the way to the White House.
That's what you did. That's what you did. That's you, and it's and it's not like it's not like y'all don't know. Okay, that's what you did, right? That's what you did, and now you mad because stuff like this is happening. Mad at this.
What the fuck? They're gonna break my window, guys, please.
That's why you mad.
They're gonna take me to MDC, guys. They're gonna try to arrest me. This is insane. I can't believe this is happening, guys. Lord, please protect me. Lord, please. Guys, I don't trust them. They're gonna break through windows. They're insane. You guys think they're gonna let this happen?
Yeah. This is what happened now. You did it. You brought this on yourself.
These are unbelievable. These are unbelievable.
They coming for you, baby. This is what happened. They coming in there.
Insane. This guy's breaking.
This is what you did. So this is what happened. This is how we got here. Now you mad because black people won't come out and save you. That's what you're mad at. You all are now angry because black people won't come out and save you. Okay?
White people are doing to Latino people.
Tell them,
Latino people are then having conversations about the fact that black people aren't doing anything about what white people are doing to them. So then it's like, are y'all upset at the white people for doing this?
Yeah.
That they doing to y'all, or y'all upset?
No, baby, they feel like black people are less than them, and they get it from both lineages. They get it from the Spanish, and they get it from the indigenous Native Americans. See, and they've always blamed the white man in them and said it's the white man's fault that they're racist because they were colonized. But they never mentioned the fact that the Native Americans also had slaves, and they had racial codes, black codes written into their constitution. And so that's why I'm here to try to fill in that gap for foundational black America. Somebody type FBA in the chat room, okay? So it's not that they feel like you are their slave. They feel like you are less than them, and you should put your black body out there in front of them. And when you don't do it, then you're lazy and you're not doing your job. That's how they feel, because culturally they are racist, and racist implies they feel as though you're less than them. Okay, and that's not me saying that. That's their own people saying that. Okay, so that's why I'm here. Okay, I'm here. But go ahead and finish, baby. Look like you've been thinking about
The
this
black
hard.
people not stopping the white people from doing shit. Like, why do y'all have to make this about black people? And then y'all can't ever beat the allegations that Latinos are racist too. You show an inherent bias by blaming black people for shit that they not even doing to you.
They ain't do nothing.
You trying to say that we wrong for not doing nothing. Like, what are we talking? What
We did vote, didn't? How many black people? But didn't 93% of black people voted for Kamala Harris and 79% of black men vote? I mean, I'm just saying, didn't we do our job? Like, you know.
Sit down and think about what you're saying. Use your common sense. You are upset that black people aren't speaking up against white people, as if when the did they start listening to what we say? They steal what we say.
They would do that.
They perpetuate systems.
White people catching strays tonight. Yeah, they will steal.
And oppressions towards our people. But when do they listen to what we say? When we just marching? When they just killing our babies? Killing our armed people?
Been doing it, baby. Been doing it. She's in deep. She's thought about this.
Well, why do y'all always make it about black people? It don't be us.
She told y'all. Okay? She told, and here's the thing. And we, you know, before, look, y'all know, okay? You know, we know that y'all know.
Black Latinos are gonna hate me for saying this, but y'all are the reason that we cannot become truly unified with black people. Y'all are the reason that black people are on the fence about non-black Latinos. It's because y'all are very anti-black and won't even do the bare minimum of just stop saying the N-word.
They love saying the N-word. Y'all got y'all, why don't y'all just say mayate? No, I mean, just say that. Why you got to say the N-word? You got your own racial equivalent.
Y'all won't even stop saying that word.
They won't.
And y'all don't realize that even though a lot of non-black Latinos see themselves as like socially higher up than black people and black Latinos,
they see them. So this is Latinos saying this about Latinos. That's why they think you're supposed to get your black behind out there and stand in front of them billy clubs and whatnot for them. That's why. Is it all starting to make sense now?
that's not how white people see us, y'all.
No, they don't.
That is
Tell
not
them,
how
baby.
they see us.
Tell them how they see you,
it
baby.
doesn't matter what you are.
It
You're
don't
just
matter.
not white.
You're not white.
And a lot of y'all think
You're not white and you never will be white. That's what you Latinos need to understand. You're not white. You never will be white. You need to accept yourself and love yourselves and go on about your business. Okay?
that perpetuating this anti-blackness and racism is gonna knock you a couple points higher, and it's gonna make you all kumbaya with the white.
All you gonna do by trying to disrespect black people is make us say, okay, we good. You got it. That's all that's gonna happen.
People, no, they don't see y'all as humans.
They don't see. She told you. She telling you. I'm gonna let this one more video play, and then we're gonna get to my speechifying. I got words to talk to you guys about. I mean, it's so much that I could share, but gosh, I mean, you know, so much. Go ahead, brother, and then we're going to go ahead.
God, black people are the only group of people in this country that does not prioritize black issues, and that's why they stay at the bottom. We had an immigration march singing "We Shall Overcome" and ain't overcame nothing for black people. And let me say that does not mean that we do not support or love Latino brothers and sisters if we don't join they fight. See, say, boy,
we ain't joining.
It just...
We hate to see that y'all going through that. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't like to see people get beat up. I don't like to see that. But we ain't joining in. We're resting.
Means that we have to prioritize the fight right here at home. How you...
He got that, he got that, what's that, what's my boy playing? Is that Jay-Z playing in the background? Is that Jay-Z playing? It's hard for me to empathize with you all when you all got this dude. This is the ICE agent right here. This is a Hispanic ICE. Did you know that he's dancing at his house to salsa music? This ICE agent, okay? The majority of the ICE agents are Hispanic, mestizos, okay? That's what I need y'all to understand. The majority of the two ICE agents that shot the dude, Alex Peretti, Hispanics, both Hispanics from Texas, okay? So not only, this is who y'all want us to fight against. You want us to fight against your men who are rounding you all up And because we don't want to help y'all fight against your men and white men who are rounding you all up, we're the colonizer. Okay, got it. And it looked like he's enjoying that $50,000 bonus check. Let's go ahead and do what I normally do. We're going to go ahead and get the actual written word in today. You guys make sure, remember, I have one rule. If you learn something, I should earn something. If you don't learn anything, you don't owe me a dime. But, now that I've laid the foundation, let's talk about it. All right, y'all hit the number one button. I'm going to try to wrap this up as soon as I can. We might go a little bit past the 4-hour mark, but it was a lot to be said. I had a lot of people in here. But look, slavery technically ended in the United States after the Civil War, but not everywhere and not all at once. And while most enslaved black people were freed with the passage of the 13th Amendment in 1865, a lot had to wait an extra year for freedom. And that delay happened because they were enslaved by Native American nations, specifically the 5 civilized tribes, the Cherokee, the Choctaw, the Chickasaw, the Creek, the Seminole. And folks like to blame white folks and say that these tribes adopted black chattel slavery from white settlers as part of the strategy to appear, quote unquote, civilized in the eyes of the U.S. government and white folk in general. But that explanation, it skips over the uncomfortable details that I'm going to talk to you about today. The 5 civilized tribes, they earned their label precisely because they adopted the European cultural practice. Somebody type assimilation in the chat room. They included representative government, they Christian conversion, literacy, formal schooling, and a marriage with whites, and racial exclusion of blacks, which punished the interracial marriage, and maybe the leader would, this is what happened. You see? The leader would take the land away. All right? Along with full participation in black chattel slavery, many Native leaders believed that embracing these practices would shield them from removal and violence. I want you to understand what I just said. Basically, they promoted interracial marriage between whites and Native Americans. That's why you have so many of them out there. All these so-called Native Americans that are white is because they promoted that. They thought that was a good idea. Shout out to Alonzo Dunn. In other words, they volunteered for it. They wanted that. This is well after, this is when they had their own reservations or whatever. They promoted it. This is part of what they did, because they say if you marry white, you could be a full-blown Cherokee, you get land. If you marry black, you're not getting nothing. Okay? Keep that in mind. Now let's talk about the Cherokee Nation. I know the name sounds pretty, rolls off your tongue. Cherokee, right? Cherokee, right? You like that. The Cherokee Nation, shout out to Gona Tolliver. The Cherokee Nation was heavy into slavery way before the Civil War. And their participation went far beyond a few isolated cases in the southern Appalachians and the Carolina frontier. And it later went all the way over to Oklahoma. Okay, and the Cherokee were active in capturing, holding, buying, and policing enslaved black people from at least the 1730s all the way up to 1866. So before the country was even started, they was heavy in it. As early as the 1730s, the Cherokee had formal agreements with British authorities to capture runaway slaves and return them for payment. Cherokees were paid valuable goods, guns, and match coats. And by the 1700s and 1800s, the Cherokees participated in expanding it into full chattel slavery. So we all in. Somebody type, we all in. This is a good game. The Cherokee law regulated the buying and selling of enslaved black people. It punished runaways. It built plantation-style system just like white folk in the South. And so by 1809, the Cherokee owned 600 enslaved black people. That's one tribe. Okay, and by the start of the U.S. Civil War in 1861, the number had grown to 4,000. Can you imagine that? 4,000 slaves? And this matters because the total Cherokee population at the time was only 21,000. So let me get this straight. Out of 25,000 people, 4,000 of them, which is about a fifth, are enslaved black people. Is that what you're telling me? That means 10% of the Cherokee population had slaves. You understand me? And now by comparison, let's compare that to the white folks. Okay, 400,000 people own slaves out of a population of 12.25 million. 400,000 people own slaves out of a population of about 12.25 million. That's 3%. So only 3% of white people own slaves, but 10% of the Cherokee own slaves. Who do you think had it more ingrained in their culture? The Cherokee or the white people? The average white person was poor as hell. I know we supposed to, white people, they were the devil and they had us as slaves. 3% of them owned slaves. The rest of them didn't. So 97% of the white population in the United States at the height of slavery in 1861, only 3% owned slaves. I'm thinking we might have to send white people an apology note, black people. I'm not saying yet, but we need to have a committee meeting. If only 3% of the white people own slaves, that tells me a lot about what was going on. There's a bunch of poor white boys who got dragged into this fight, and they didn't have anything to win other than their lives. Kind of the same thing we do right now with our poor military guys. They fight for the rich. But again, let's run these numbers back. Out of 21,000 Cherokee, 10% of them own slaves to the tune of 4,000. You had 400,000 white folk, okay, who own slaves out of 12.25 million. That's only 3%. You can be mad all you want. But in relative terms, slaveholder was more concentrated amongst the Cherokee elite than white folk. You understand? The Cherokee had more. Everybody benefit. Cherokee slavery was not mild. They were not your friend. Black people were purchased from white slave traders. The Native Americans was right there next to the white folk buying slaves. The Cherokee Constitution, this is their constitution. You can look it up your darn self. The Cherokee Constitution did not recognize children born to black women as citizens. So you done sat up there, you done raped this black woman who is your slave, you got her pregnant, and now the child born of that is not considered a Cherokee because they had Cherokee slave codes. And they were detailed and they were harsh, and enslaved people were barred from owning property, learning to read or write or even carry a weapon or marry freely. Damn, that sounds like the white man. Damn. Teacher, did you know that teaching enslaved people how to read and write could be punished under the Cherokee Constitution? Did you know that? What does it sound like? Huh? Anyone caught trading with an enslaved person without the owner's permission could be forced into debt and bondage. You hear that? This is what they did. Black people could be whipped or physically punished for escape, attempts to a minor violation. In every legal sense, black people in Cherokee territory were treated as inferior and as property. Cherokee slavery was not symbolic, it was not temporary, and nor was it softer than white man slavery. It was racial, it was hereditary, it was enforced by law and defended by armed authority. And any honest discussion of history has to acknowledge that reality. The Cherokee Act of Union in 1839 prohibited formal marriages between Cherokee citizens and black slaves. And then they turned around and strengthened it in 1855. You can look this stuff up right now, baby. Look it up. And look, after the Civil War, when black people returned were denied Cherokee, they didn't even get citizenship. You understand what I'm saying? I want you to understand that. So by the 18th and 19th century, many of these Native American nations had adopted chattel slavery, but the Cherokee stood out as one of the largest and most legally structured native slaveholding societies. Their homeland in the Southeast placed them in constant contact with white plantation economies and slave traders and U.S. expansion. Let me explain something to you. Let me skip ahead. In 1933 and 1934, Heinrich Krieger, a German lawyer, Nazi Party legal thinker, studied American race law at the University of Arkansas, which included both the white man's Jim Crow laws and slave codes and Native American legal structures that govern anti-black racial caste system. The Nazis. Those Nazis were trying to figure out an answer. They had a practical question. How do you legally create a racial caste system without collapsing the state? And this man's work directly influenced the Nazi Nuremberg laws, which affected the Jews and all those people. You understand what I'm saying? Look it up, baby. I'm not, you look it up yourself. He studied at the University of Arkansas. Look this Nazi's name up. Don't be mad at me. You won't get to be mad. It's the fact. Just look it up. Google it. Now, somebody in here mentioned the Indian Removal Act of 1830. That didn't end slavery. All it did was move it. It was passed by Andrew Jackson. The law forced native nations out of the Southeast, which was Georgia, Florida, Alabama, and Mississippi, and it marched them west to the government, what the government called Indian Territory. Now it's called Oklahoma. And this was that famous Trail of Tears. Tens of thousands were driven out at gunpoint, okay? But what's rarely said out loud is that many of these native slave holders took their enslaved black people with them. So the white man got guns on them and they got guns on their black slaves. You understand me? I mean, I want you to think about the fact that this removal, it destroyed native societies, but it didn't destroy slavery within those native societies. In many cases, it strengthened it as the tribes rebuilt in unfamiliar land. You understand that? Guess who was doing the building? Huh? Who was doing the building? They doubled down and rebuilt plantation slavery out there in Oklahoma. They copied the southern state system most exactly. They forced labor, racial hierarchy, and punishments and patrol. We did that. And nowhere was this clearer than during the Seminole Wars, as the Seminoles and the other tribes were hunted and pushed west. Enslaved black people were dragged with them. They were forced out of Florida into Arkansas and then Texas. And even while native nations were losing land and freedom, black people inside those nations were still enslaved. Being oppressed by the U.S. government didn't stop the native folk from oppressing us. Now, at first, the Seminole society was different. Runaway black people, they found refuge down there. And they had mixed families at forming. Children of black and native unions was sometimes treated as equal. And that scared the United States. And so the federal government openly feared that black runaways and native resistance together would ignite a massive slave rebellion from the South. And so General Thomas Jessup warned that another Seminole War could set the entire region on fire. I mean, they was wearing it out down there. We were going to eventually be free. Black people did not wait around for the Civil War before we started fighting. We were fighting long before. We had 200 slave rebellions in the 246 years of history. We was trying our best to get out. But nevertheless, that fear that General Jessup had, it led to a brutal crackdown. And runaways were returned and military force increased. But by the end of the Second Seminole War, the Seminoles were forced to move west. And they took their black slaves, they took the black people still in chains with them. And so relocation created new violence. Okay, because the Seminoles were placed on Creek land, two different tribes, and the Creeks practiced full chattel slavery. They was 100%, they was stomped down all the way out. They was the white Native Americans, okay? They were full with it. And here's what they did. Black people were captured and stolen between the tribes. They would literally go run over and capture other people's enslaved people and bring them back. Slavery became a weapon, not just between whites and natives, between natives and native nations. This is what these people, they was all in. Removal didn't bring freedom to black people, it brought chaos. Slavery spread into the west into Florida, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas. Black people fleeing bondage were not just running from white slave holders, we were running from native slave holders who enforced the same system. Slavery didn't end, it changed location. Now, who wants to talk about the Trail of Tears? We always talk about the Trail of Tears like it's this native tragedy. What the lady said, she said the indigenous. See, we always talk about this as this indigenous tragedy. It was, it was a black one too. Because see, during the Cherokee removal of 1838 through 1839, hundreds of enslaved black people were forced to march. We weren't spared. Matter of fact, we were used. That journey was 12,000 miles. Most of y'all can't walk 12 miles without passing out. 12,000 miles. And it took place during one of the coldest winters on record. Snow, freezing rain, mud, sickness, hunger, killed thousands of people. And see, here's what you got to understand. Black people didn't just walk that 12,000 miles. We was walking and working. We cleared the roads. We cut the wood. There were no roads. We hauled the supplies for that 12,000 miles. We drove the wagons. We tended the livestock. We built the camps. We cooked the meals. We carried the heavy loads while sick, while injured, while barefoot, starving. And at night we slept outside exposed, freezing the wind with little clothing or shelter. Falling behind meant beatings. It meant abandonment. It meant death. This is what we did on the Trail of Tears. Nobody talk about that. Why we don't talk about that? Where all the Native Americans at? Why y'all don't want to talk about that? Because see, of roughly 16,000 Cherokees forced west, historians estimate it was between 1,000 and 1,600 black people who were slaves. And they suffered everything the Cherokees suffered, plus we had labor, plus we had to work. But they didn't record our deaths. Our pain was treated as expendable. Hundreds died from exposure, pneumonia, and exhaustion and neglect. Many of them were worked until our bodies failed and then left behind right there on the trail. And the Trail of Tears is remembered as this native horror story, this suffering, and it should be. But it also was a story of black people marched in chains, worked through the winter, and discarded when we broke. And so slavery was enforced even in collapse. When mercy was possible, it simply was not given. Removal didn't end slavery, it dragged it west. People love to act shocked that up to 1/3 of the cowboys were black. Why is it shocking to you all? Hell, Texas was built on black enslaved labor long before the state. It was when it was under Spanish rule, Mexican rule, and Republic of Texas and the U.S. statehood. Black people didn't just magically appear as cowboys. You don't think they could get some cotton-picking Negroes from Mississippi and Louisiana and Florida and bring them over there and do some more work in Texas? Are you kidding me? We were enslaved on ranches. We were forced to handle cattle. We used labor. We were used labor. Whether we talk about white slave owners or native slave owners, and kept in bondage in Texas and Indian territory well into the 1860s. After emancipation, many black people, black men already knew the land, horses, and cattle and frontier survival because slavery forced them to. Cowboy culture didn't come from Hollywood. It came from black exploitation. Let me explain to you something. I live in Texas right now. We have the largest black population in America, right here. Where do you think they came from? You think they moved down here from Chicago, California, a couple years ago? They've been here. Now, I want to talk to all you people who keep saying that the Mexico helped black people get free. Have y'all heard that before? Mexico helped black people get free. You heard that? Is it all starting to paint a picture? Why would somebody run from Alabama to Mexico? Does that make sense? Why would they run from Louisiana to Mexico? You mean they're going to run through Texas where they got slaves and slave catchers, both native and white? So where did these black people that ran to Mexico came from? Where did they come from? I'm trying to think. Where could they come from? Huh? Again, that idea ignores, let me slow down. Let me slow down. Hold on. Let me give it a simple one. Y'all learning something? Are you learning something? Hit the subscribe button if you learned something. Now, again, family, let's have some common sense and let's talk. Let's sit and talk. Nobody's gonna run from Georgia to Mexico to get free, are they? Right? Why would y'all even believe that? Why y'all, but where did the black people come from? Huh? See, that idea ignores geography. Has anybody ever driven through Texas? Have y'all driven through Texas? West Texas, have you been? Do you know how hard it is to get from one part of, if you live in Houston, you might as well live, if you live in North Houston, you might as well live in Dallas. Hell, if you live in Katy, you might as well be in San Antonio. This is Houston. This is just one little city one city in Houston. It's swamp. You know, they used to call Houston, it was a swamp land. So we're not talking about they just running on pristine beaches and stuff. I did think about that. You're going to run from Louisiana where they got swamp through Texas to Mexico, and you're going to run through all these slaves? Oh, I don't think that's going to work out. And see, this idea, it ignores geography, timing, law, and who was actually holding people in bondage and where. It also ignores the uncomfortable truth that black people who fled toward Mexico in the mid-1800s, specifically 1850, were not only running from white slaveholders, but they were from Native American slaveholders in Texas and Indian territory as well. See, here's what you got to understand. Mexico abolished slavery. Them same mestizos on the other side of the border, the Spanish, whatever, they abolished slavery in 1829 and refused to return fugitive slaves. Shout out to Red Sigma. That legal reality made it a destination of last resort, not an easy solution. You got to be real desperate. And historians estimate, listen to me, family, historians estimate that between 4,000 and 10,000 enslaved black people escaped Mexico before the Civil War. Okay? Are we clear? Not 40,000. Not 400,000. 4,000. Between the mid-1850s, 4,000 to 10,000. Not 100,000. Okay? And most people say it's probably closer to 400,000. And see, these numbers are based on Texas slaveholder complaints and court records and later historical reconstruction. By contrast, how many black people escaped to the North? We always say the North. They say about 100,000 enslaved people escaped from North Carolina to Maryland or something like that, okay? Somewhere between 4,000 and 100,000 escaped north to free states or Canada through routes associated with what we call the Underground Railroad. That difference alone shows why it's dishonest to treat Mexico as the equivalent escape route, family. Timing is critical. Early in the 1800s, there was no stable free north. There was nowhere safe to run. Many northern states still allowed slavery. Y'all didn't know that, did you? Slavery was not just in the South. In the early 1800s, many northern states still allowed slavery. I think New York might have been the first one, but all these other states, they allowed slavery. You couldn't just run north, wouldn't know where to go. They practiced a gradual emancipation. Escape people could be captured and returned. And guess what happened if you got returned to your plantation in Virginia? They end up selling you down south. So now you went from Virginia to Alabama, Mississippi. You didn't want to go there. Woo, getting sold down south was a horrible thing. Canada only became a clear refuge after Britain abolished slavery in 1833. That's why the whole Civil War was fought in the first place, because the white folks said, man, the Revolutionary War itself, they've been trying to, I don't want to get off on that. Look, the Fugitive Slave Act happened in 1850, and that changed everything. The Fugitive Slave Act said anywhere a slave can be found in the United States or the territories of the United States, they could be brought back. So you had the federal government, you had ICE. We had our own version of ICE, and they were everywhere. They had damn bounty hunters. Everybody was looking, and it was under court order, whether it was so-called free state or not. that Fugitive Slave Act mean you could get caught, anybody to help you could get caught, it would be a bad thing. And so what it did was it federalized slave catching and enforced northern cooperation. It criminalized aid to fugitives. So you had white people losing their fortune and their homes and everything trying to free black people. So now they got something on the line now, like, oh man, I can't do what I did before. And so again, escape surged briefly and then they collapsed after the enforcement intensified. So like, let's hurry up and get free. And then they got caught and like, oh man, people start losing their livelihood. The whole Underground Railroad crashed. Cause it's like, man, it was cool when I was just helping some black people get free and no repercussions. But now that I might lose my house, my family not gonna let me do that. You understand what I'm saying? Imagine being a married man, you've been running Underground Railroad for decades, and now this Fugitive Slave Act said, well, you do it again, we're gonna come take your house, we're gonna sue you, we're gonna put you in jail. And the stakes got too high, so it collapsed. And so at that point, fugitives bypassed the North entirely and they went to Canada. That's why you got a whole set of black people in Canada and Nova Scotia up there. All right. Mexico was on the borderland. And so here's the thing. This is why in the mid 1850s, we talk about 5-6 years. OK, not the entire 1800 to 1865. We talk about 1850s, 4 or 5 years. OK, that's when that's it. OK. After 1861, the Civil War shut down the long distance escape routes because you couldn't go nowhere because it was Confederate soldiers. Everybody was everywhere. You see? Yeah, the way people escaped then, they would just go run to the Union Army. It was mass escapes. All right. Now, Texas played a role in this Mexico story. Slavery existed there long before statehood. There was slaves in Texas before statehood. I know it's up in the air, but we know. And so by 1860, Texas held 182,000 slave people. 182,000. That's 30% of the Texas population was enslaved black people. That's why we have so many black people in Texas right now. 30% of the population of Texas was black people who were enslaved. And so when enslaved people escaped to Mexico, the overwhelming majority, about 85 to 95%, were fleeing from white slaveholders, simply because that's where most enslaved people live. You see? But see, the geography explains the numbers. For someone enslaved in South or Central Texas, Mexico might be 100 miles or 300 miles away. For someone enslaved in Indian Territory, that journey could be 500 miles, and it required crossing Texas. Have y'all looked at the top of Texas? They call it the Panhandle. Oklahoma was sit on top of that. That's a long hot walk. Okay, and that distance is sharply limited how many could attempt, and as a result, escapes from Indian Territory numbered in the hundreds, not the thousands. But this is important because they exposed that those Indians did not have clean hands. They had unclean hands. Keep in mind, this man told me and y'all that black people are colonized just like the white people. Yet his same people had slaves on both sides, the Spanish conquistadors and the Native Americans, because they're mixed, they're mestizos. Remember, we talked about that? Again, what I'm saying is Native Americans were dirt in the game when it comes to being black slaveholders and catchers and trying to escape. And the big picture is this: escape to Mexico was real, limited, it was dangerous and geographically constrained. It can't be honestly compared to the Underground Railroad, which involved far more people, operated under different legal conditions, and expanded over decades. Shout out to Alabama Clay. Y'all learning something? Okay, it can't be separated from the fact that black people were running from Native American slave owners as well as white folk. Understand? Including in Texas and Indian Territory, which would have been Oklahoma. Mexico's population is itself deeply indigenous. Okay? But it claims that moral purity after, apart, when you look at the full record. It doesn't have that. Now, I'm gonna talk to y'all about a dirty scoundrel booger named Joseph Van. Since all the Cherokees, where the Cherokees at? Let's talk about Joseph Van. Matter of fact, they used to call him Rich Joe Van. That was his nickname. He was the harshest slavery. He had the harshest slavery in the Cherokee Nation. And they had gotten rich on slavery. Okay? He was considered one of the elite. And apparently the richer they were, the crueler they were. The bigger the plantation, the harsher the discipline. It wasn't accidental. It was a business model. They were making money. These rich Cherokee slaveholders copied the Deep South plantation system wholesale. They bit full line and sinker. These were not small farms. They were profit-driven operations. They produced cotton and other cash crops on the large scale. So yeah, the Native Americans had black folk picking cotton. Yeah, you understand me? Forced labor, nonstop, sun up, sun down. Output matter, control matter. Punishment was how that control was enforced. And Cherokee slave law backed this brutality. Whipping was a standard punishment. It was written into the law, not left to personal choice. You had to. If your slave got out of line, you whooped him. And after escape attempt, punishment increased up to 100 lashes. Could you imagine somebody hitting you 100 times with a bullwhip? You understand? And let me tell you something. If you helped them and you were a free black person, you got whooped too. This wasn't normal cruelty. It was state-backed violence designed to protect the elite wealth. This is what happened in the Native American territories. You understand me? Now I'm gonna tell y'all about something. It was a slave escape attempted by black people. Okay. On November 15th, 1842, 20 black people fled plantations owned by the richest Cherokee slaveholder. It was in Weber Falls in Indian Territory. It's probably Oklahoma. And it was not a lone escape. It was organized. And they armed themselves. They raided the stores for weapons and horses and supplies. And they moved together with one goal. That was to reach Mexico, where slavery was illegal. And along the way, they freed others. They grew up to more than 35 people. They had horses. They planned to because remember, you ain't walking your butt from Oklahoma to Mexico. They got horses, they got guns, and they were on their way. Okay? They weren't running from white men. They were running from indigenous Native American slaveholders and native law. And the Indian Territory was fully integrated into the American slave system. They had slave patrols, they had courts, they had militias, they had executions included. And during that escape, they encountered two slave catchers, hauling a captured black family back into bondage. One of them was white and the other was a Lenape Indian, okay? And so what they did, they killed them. They killed them both, and the family was freed. And that moment tells you truth plainly. Slavery in that region had many enforcers. And that dude, this guy, the Lenape, he wasn't even from down there. He was a Native American from way somewhere else. Because they all had been relocated. Shout out to Storyteller. And guess what the Cherokee government did? Right? Guess what the government did? They responded like a slave state because it was one. They had a national council and they authorized a militia and they sent 100 men after them. After more than a dozen runaways were killed. Survivors were captured near the Red River. And the Red River, you damn near there, man. If you get to the Red River, damn, man. They executed them by the Cherokee authorities. The others were sentenced to forced labor in Mississippi on the steamboat. You understand? This is what I'm trying to tell y'all. This was institutional chattel slavery enforced by law. At the center of the system was the Vans, James Van. I said, one of the richest men in Cherokee land. And he was violent. This man enslaved over 100 black people and was known for being one of the strictest, but also the most brutal. And his son, Joseph Rich Joe Van, he expanded the violence. By the 1830s, he was among the largest slaveholders in the nation. You hear me? He owned a massive number of black people. You understand that? So plantation slavery under Mike Van meant profits. You couldn't get mercy. They had to make money. People were trapped in the system. They couldn't resist. Now, of course, you had people who weren't with that. You had people called the Kitowa Society. They opposed slavery. They sheltered runaways. But they didn't run the government. You understand what I'm saying? Just like you got white folk that was against slavery. Now, I want to, Joseph Van, you know how he died? Because I want to move on to the next one. Joseph Van, he didn't die nobly. He died tragically, thank God. He died in 1841 when a steamboat exploded and blew his ass apart on the Mississippi River. That's what happened to him. He got blown apart on the Mississippi River on a boat that exploded. You understand? So good riddance, his plantation still there. You can still go to the Joseph Van plantation right now, and the people he enslaved, you can look at who they were. You understand me? So the next time you say your grandma was a Cherokee Indian, no, she was probably a Cherokee enslaved black woman. That's what she was. You understand me? So stop lying to yourself. Now let's talk about the Creek Nation. We on our way out. I ain't gonna have y'all here all night, but we still got work to do. The Creek Nation relationship with black people was never simple. It wasn't uniform. Okay? Early on, the Creeks had frequent contact with black people, especially in Georgia and Florida, on the borderlands. That's where they were. All right? And Creeks captured runaway slaves and sold them back to white owners or traded them within regional slave networks. So they had their own stuff going on. After the Revolutionary War, white folk, authorities, they regularly placed bounties on runaway black people. Shut up, intricately tangled. And in many instances, the Creeks refused to cooperate with white folk and return the slave because they kept them themselves. Now again, Creeks hadn't fully adopted the plantation style chattel slavery, but black people understood this difference and often fled into Creek territory, hope for protection through that wasn't guaranteed. Okay? Now, everything changed after forced removal west. Once the Creeks were relocated to Indian territory, slavery expanded rapidly with the nation. They needed their black people to help build that land. All right? And so by 1850, historians estimate that roughly 10% of the Creek Nation population was black people. And this and they had a plantation style slavery. It became more common. The Creeks, the rich ones, they adopted racial logic and economic model of the American South. After the removal, after they were sent out there, okay, the Creek and the Seminole Pass, they diverged sharply. The Creek slaveholders became more aggressive in enforcing slavery. Some justified enslaving black people by arguing that that labor they performed, field work and agricultural labor, was traditionally considered woman's work. And so they listen to this. And so in Creek society, they were signaled as inferior. Because y'all pick cotton and cut grass and all that stuff, y'all are like women, so y'all are inferior. And so the Creek slaveholders also raided Seminole lands to capture black people, and that escalated conflict. So some of these fights between these people was because you kept stealing our Negro slaves. Okay? I want you to think about that. All right? But see, that Creek story mattered because it shows transition, not innocence. Early resistance to white slave catching gave way to deeper participation in the slavery after removal. And so black people fleeing bondage had to constantly reassess whether it was safe here or not. Knowing Creek territory mean protection in one decade and capture the next, by the mid-19th century, the Creek Nation like other slaveholding societies in Indian Territory, have become part of the same system black people were desperately trying to get away. We trying to run away from them. Now, what about the Choctaw? The Choctaw and the Chickasaw nations are often discussed together in history of Native American slavery for good reason. They share common cultural, linguistic roots as Western Muskegon people, like the overlapping regions in Mississippi and Alabama before removal, and were pushed west at the same time under the U.S. removal policies. And after relocation to Indian Territory, both nations expanded and they formalized systems of black chattel slavery and closely mirrored the Deep South. They had legal codes, they had economic models and enforcement methods. They developed side by side, and during the Civil War, nations aligned with the Confederacy. And they later signed similar post-war treaties in 1866. None of this was accidental. Slavery was not a side effect of removal. It was a deliberate institution. You understand me? Both of these, the Creeks and the Chickasaw, they had written laws that protected slaveholders. They punished resistance. They had laws that regulated the buying and selling of black people. They criminalized escape attempts. They suppressed abolitionist activity, and they authorized punishment for anyone who helped black people try to get free. So Indian Territory was not fragmented into some isolated tribal system. Slave catching crossed borders during the 1842 escape from the Cherokee plantation. Remember I told you about that? The fugitive, our black brothers and sisters running from Indian Territory, they ran across some slave catchers hauling the captured black family back. I told you about that. And they killed them and set the family free. Why we don't have any movies about that? Now, the Chickasaw originally adopted slavery very early on because they had shrinking animal population. They had land, but the white man was coming. He was taking their stuff. So they couldn't hunt anymore. So they start turning towards the plantation style. And so by 1790, black people, labor already was being used to work the land for them. And of course, the U.S. government was like, all with it. Yeah, let's do it. And so Native American nations, private land ownership, something they were against, plantation farming, it sped assimilation and stabilized control. And what that actually meant was importing Southern slavery into Native societies and rewarding those who adopted it. Now the Choctaw followed, okay? And they were aggressive with their racial lines. The Cherokee, the Choctaw banned black people of African descent from becoming citizens of the nation, and even when they were mixed race. They didn't have a problem with the white folks who mixed with them, but if you were black and Native American, you couldn't join. But if you were white and Native American, it was all good. And so in 1840, the Choctaw went further, and they expelled free black people from their territory. We don't want you free blacks. So if you were married to a woman who was a slave, you got to go. If your children were free, you got to go. So they separating families. You understand? And see, if you're a free black person and you stay, you risk the chance of becoming enslaved yourself. You understand me? That was the law, because it was designed to protect the slaveholder. We don't want these blacks giving these our slaves any uppity ideas. They were conscious of that. Did the same thing the white folk did. So you got black people free and bond in this region. They weren't just escaping white slaveholders in Mississippi and Alabama. This is in Mississippi and Alabama, by the way. This is where the Choctaw and the Chickasaw were. They were running away from native slaveholders who they had law and patrol. They had courts. They had their own courts. So it's a mission. So this history matters because it destroys the myth of clean hands of these Native Americans. Who's the colonizer now? Because we on the other side are almost finished. Who's the colonizer now? Let me tell you about these Choctaw laws. So by the 19th century, the Choctaw had built one of the most structured, aggressive systems of black chattel slavery in Indian Territory. They were notorious. Before the removal, the Choctaw lived in central southern Mississippi, They lived in western Alabama. After the removal, they were relocated to southeastern Indian Territory, which is basically southeast Oklahoma. And slavery on the Choctaw had expanded. It became fully codified. It was all in it. They were all in. These were not casual slave owners. In the 1830s, they had thousands of enslaved black people lived in Choctaw territory. They were getting rich. These Native Americans were getting rich, operating cotton plantations. It was indistinguishable. You couldn't separate it from what they were doing in Mississippi. Slavery was seen as a marker of civilization. That's wealth and political legitimacy. Owning black people wasn't just it was ideological, man. They had a cat. His name was Greenwood LeFord, prominent Choctaw leader. This man had a plantation in Mississippi, 400 slaves. Now, rich white folk had 100 slaves. This man had 400 black people. Imagine that. Okay? Imagine that. The idea that slavery under Native ownership was somehow mild or easy, it don't hold up. You understand? It wasn't. You got this man, he got 400 slaves. You have to understand the scale of that. That was an enormous number by any standard, even among white slave owners. Most people imagine slavery as this huge plantation with hundreds of slaves everywhere, but that wasn't the norm. The average slave owner, white or Native, owned a few slaves, 3 or 4. And in fact, most slave owners own fewer than 5. You understand? Many own only 1 or 2. Only the elite control large plantations. Historians estimate that fewer than 1% of the slave holders own more than 100 slaves, and this one had 400. You understand me? Greenwood LeFleur owned 400 black people. That's not small. This is a Native American. He had passed up the white slave holders. He was one of the biggest slave holders in America, Native American. Are y'all with me? And here's the thing you got to understand. Remember I told you that the Native Americans promoted interracial marriage? Greenwood LeFleur is a very good example of that. His maternal grandfather, okay, his mama's daddy was a Choctaw leader named Pushmata, and his father was a French trader. Now, many full-blooded Choctaw Cherokee, they preferred to live farther from American borders and preserve their traditional ways of life. These mixed-race elites, which the Native Americans thought was a good idea, they were willing to adopt American customs, including plantation slavery. This is what the Native Americans pushed for. You reward the ones who marry white. You give them land. If they marry black, they have children black, you don't get nothing. If you're black, get back. If you're white, you're all right. They push this. Think about that. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about these racial caste systems. You guys learning something, make sure you learn something. If you learn something, let me know. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Now, in 1840, the Choctaw Constitution, it freed, under that, it freed black people, and black runaways were barred from settling in Choctaw territory, and they were prohibited from owning land. And any black person found, this is their constitution. Okay, this is not just some random chief making up something. This is their constitution. Any free black person who remained in their territory is being enslaved for life. At the same time, white men could receive written permission from the Choctaw chiefs or the U.S. agents to live on Choctaw land. So it was cool for white folk. Black folk, nah, we're gonna put you in slavery. We're gonna let this white man that they always say, the red man came and took this and that from them. It was cool with them living on their land. I want you to think about that, right? And the black people had been enslaved under them for hundreds of years, but they were cool with the white man living on the land. But the black people, nah, you gotta go. We were denied citizenship. We were barred from holding political office on Indian territory. White men could marry Choctaw women, right? And they were granted full membership rights, and their children were recognized as full Choctaw citizens. You understand? Race, not belonging, determined who had rights. Choctaw enforced slavery through formal legal systems, not customs, laws on books. Black people couldn't own property. They tried to escape, they were criminalized. They authorized punishment, they were whipped them. You understand? You couldn't harbor them, you were punished. They had patrols, they had slave patrols, they had courts, they had it all. And slave catchers did not stop at Choctaw borders. Choctaw Authority, they went anywhere they could. During the 1842 mass escape from Cherokee Plantation, the fugitives encountered Choctaw slave catchers transporting captured black family. I told you about that already. You understand? Let me tell you what they did to the Christians, the Choctaw. They let them have, they originally they tolerated the Christian missionaries who built the churches and the schools in their territory. But that tolerance ended once those missionaries began preaching that slavery was incompatible with Christian values. At that point, the Choctaw put the Christians out. They got rid of Jesus. Jesus had to leave the Choctaw territory because they said, nah. That was just like the white slaveholders in the South who opposed literacy among black folk, and they had that slave Bible. You understand me? Hell, in 1861, the Choctaw Confederate, they formally aligned with the Confederacy. You understand me? And after the war, they had to force the Choctaw to free black people in 1866. War had been over. The record is clear. The Choctaw Nation did heavy plantation slavery. They enforced it through law and violence, and they cooperated in slave catching across tribal boundaries. They aligned with the Confederates. They fought against black citizenship after the emancipation. It wasn't marginal. They was all in. And the Chickasaw, they were up out of Tennessee, Mississippi, Kentucky. They were no better. They moved to Oklahoma. They were right there with them. You understand me? Free black people couldn't live on their land. You couldn't criminalize, and free slaves, runaway slaves was criminalized. Shout out to Mr. Bowen. Again, people with white mixed ancestry, they were valued above black mixed ancestry. White mixed Chickasaw men could become chiefs and hold power. This is why they have so many white-looking Indians. This was promoted. Don't feel sorry for these people. They wanted it. They chose to mix with white people. I don't feel sorry for these so-called $5 Indians. They chose it. And let me tell you what they did as far as black people. When black people could not, they couldn't mix, they couldn't hold power. And to prevent racial mixing with black people, the Chickasaw authorities punished relationships between Chickasaw citizens and black people through fines. They would whip you, they would put you out the nation. Ain't that the same thing that you hear that boy talk about? He says his daddy didn't want his daughter to marry a black man. The same thing, same people. Hell, after the Civil War was over, the Chickasaw took the most hostile position toward black freemen among the 5 tribes. They were the very last to emancipate their slaves. They kept their slaves. I mean, think about this. It's Juneteenth. Done happened 3 times and you still a slave. You understand what I'm saying? I thought we were supposed to be free. No, you're not. You're going to stay here and keep picking cotton. And then when they finally had to let them go, they said the Chickasaw leaders maintained that black people had no place in the nation, even after generations of forced labor. You understand me? This continued well into the 20th century until we had to sue them, our people. I mean, they put up the longest resistance to black rights, the Chickasaw. Look, I need y'all to hear me. Are y'all listening? Are we still here with me today? I'm almost finished. I'm just running it down to you. Look, man, the Western expansion of slavery did not stop anything. Okay, the white man forced the red man west, and he took his black slaves with him. It was no longer the Southern thing. And then, of course, the Civil War broke out. And you had the Cherokee, the Choctaw, the Chickasaw, the Creek, and they all aligned with the Native. They had aligned with the Confederates. The Natives, they sent regiments. They fought major battles such as Pea Ridge in 1862 and Honey Springs in 1863. They made it an explicit decision to side with the Confederate government. They wanted to preserve slavery. You understand me? Jack Amos, the Choctaw, raised Confederate units. They call him he who goes out to kill. That was his name. He was remembered as one of the most notorious Native American Civil War Confederate soldiers ever because he was a Choctaw Confederate officer. Shout out to Dwight Robinson. He was a slaveholder. He enforced the racial violence to the extreme. He commanded Choctaw units that openly allied with the Confederacy to defend slavery and Southern power, and he gained a reputation for brutality, raids, and killing black people and Union soldiers, including fighting against black people, black soldiers. Somebody type black soldiers in the chat room. This man had a reputation for intimidating free black people. He didn't just fight battles, he participated in terror-style warfare. He would attack vulnerable black communities and help suppress black freedom in the region. And his actions symbolized how Indian Territory had become active extension of the Confederate slave system. This is, you hear what I want you to listen to the name. Jack Amos, his name was he who goes out to kill. He who goes out and kill. This was this man's name. This was a Choctaw Confederate soldier slash, he was a officer. He's remembered today not as misunderstood, but as a violent collaborator in the Confederate project. And his legacy is inseparable from the defense of chattel slavery and racial oppression of black people. Here's another one, Stan Wadey. He was a Cherokee political leader, slave owner, Confederate general. This man was a general. You had a Cherokee who was a general. He was notorious. He led Cherokee forces for the Confederacy. He fought to preserve slavery in Indian Territory, and he carried out raids that targeted Union supporters and black people seeking freedom. Black people trying to run off, they'll go get them and do stuff to them. Horrible things I can't say on YouTube. He rose to prominence as a militant of the pro-Confederate faction of the Cherokee Nation during the Civil War. Some Cherokees opposed slavery. He was not one of them. He aligned himself with the Southern slaveholders. He owned enslaved black people himself, and he viewed Confederacy as the best protector of his property, which means his human beings, his black human beings. He was a guerrilla warfare tactic. He would go hit the troops, raid, steal. This is what they're doing. He's remembered as the only Native American to become a general in the Confederate Army. That's how cold he was. He was the last Confederate general to surrender. Did you know that? It was a Native American Cherokee who was the last Confederate general to surrender in June of 1865. This is months after the Confederacy had collapsed. His resistance symbolized how deeply slavery and the Confederate was loyal and how it had taken roots in these Cherokee nation and leadership. You understand me? These people actively participated in defending slavery. They killed black. I mean, you understand? I want y'all to listen to me now. And we got another one, John Jumper, another soldier. He was a Seminole leader, right? Y'all keep saying, I'm a Seminole. Yeah, they fought for the Confederacy too. You understand? It was divided, but he still fought for it. And here's the cold part about it. It was controversial because the Seminoles had black Seminoles in it. And they still fought for the Confederacy. Many of the ones who rejected it, they fled to Mexico during the war. And so they remember him as a source of internal division. Like, how are we going to be for slavery and the have people that we were with was slaves and they ran that's crazy. So then the Emancipation Proclamation propped up in 1863. It didn't free enslaved people in native nations. It only applied to areas in rebellion against the United States, and the tribal sovereignty blocked enforcement of that. And so as a result, slavery continued in these Indian territories. I talked to y'all about that. And so it wasn't until 1866 the U.S. government made them give it up. On paper, slavery ended. In reality, resistance began immediately. Tribal governments stripped freedmen of land. They didn't have voting rights. They didn't have legal recognition. In the Cherokee Nation, black people fought for more than 140 years to reclaim our rights and promised us in 1866. We finally won a federal court case in 2017. What year is this? 2026. We just got our money 9 years ago. 140 years later. We had to do the same thing for the Choctaw. They still fighting. You understand what I'm saying? Slavery didn't even fully die with Reconstruction. I told y'all earlier about that case that they had to fight up in Alaska. The Alaskans, Native Americans, still trying to keep slaves. You understand what I mean? Look, man, for generations, mainstream history has avoided this truth, framing slavery as only a white on black thing. And that silence is over. Acknowledging Native American participation in slavery is honesty. And honesty matters when the harm still has living consequences. And the hard truth is this: slavery did not end with some proclamation and freedom. Did not come just because the government said so. We still had to fight. Still fighting. But anyway, I hope you all appreciate this broadcast. Look, I'm going to go ahead and read these super chats and cash apps, and then I'm going to give y'all this closing statement. I'm going to let y'all go. Okay, I ain't going to hold you up all night. I know you got stuff to do. Did you learn something? If you learned something, I should earn something. That's usually what I say. I know y'all say you didn't learn something, and I know you did. If you learned something, y'all let me know you learned something. Okay? Let's go ahead and read these super chats and get this cracking and get up out of here. Well, actually, I'm going to start with the cash apps. Somebody hit the number 1 button. Okay? Hit the number 1 button. And let me know you can hear me clearly. Okay? Hit the number 1 button. Let me know you can hear me clearly. Okay. We got 29 super chats. Only 29 people learned something after 4 hours and 18 minutes. I've done a horrible job. My goodness. I thought, I guess you all knew all this information already. I certainly apologize for wasting your time. I don't know if I can do a better job than this, but I apologize for wasting you all's time. We had upwards of 1,000 people in here and only 29 people learn something. And unfortunately for me, is a couple of people learn multiple things and they contribute multiple times. So thank you all for that. Shout out to Mr. Robert Roberts, Mr. Richard Pettigrew, and AB. Thank you so much for the cash apps. I appreciate you guys. Let's read these 29 super chats of the only people that actually learn something. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for learning something. Everybody else seems not to have learned anything. And after 4 hours and 19 minutes, sad for me. I've done a horrible job. I need to do better. I need to do much better than what I'm doing. Okay? Much, much better than what I'm doing. Sad for me. I'll try better. I'll try to do better next time. But let's go ahead and keep pushing. Let me see. Okay. Sorry about the little mild delay. But since y'all delaying learning, I'm gonna delay reading. Okay, here we go. Let's see here. We Alabama, we are the only friend. Yes, we are. We are who else? 562. We are the most hated group of people on earth. The evil savagery perpetuated against us is crazy. It sure is. Super sticker, thank you for the $10 super sticker. We got 29. Can we get 30 super chats? Can I get one more? Did one more person learn something? It'd be great if we did. One of the best educational platforms in social media, Mrs. Spurling, I commend you. Thank you so much. The 11312-156. B Hunter super sticker, thank you for the $9.99 super sticker, Mr. B Hunter. Red Sigma, one of my homeboys from way back. Reclass Native, you get rep. Native, A got theirs. Thank you so much, Red Sigma. Alonzo Dunn, the caucasity of it all. We should be concerned with our own mortality over there. Is how dare we? God, right, good point. Garner Taylor, thank you so much. 24 for the $5 super sticker. Easy. CP137, $5 super sticker. Thank you. Oh, we got 31 super chats. So I guess 31 people learned something. Perhaps we can get to 35. That might be a good idea, I think. Otherwise I might just start talking about, Bad Bunny Super Bowl or something like that. Maybe that's what I should start talking about instead of this complicated stuff as y'all sit there listening to me. Torrin James, I think you meant 12,000 miles. Yes, I did. I'm sorry. Red Sigma, wow, bro, I learned something tonight I did not know. Okay, good. I spent a lot of time making sure you did. Alabama Clay Child, I will never consider people who enslave and grape their way into my lineage, my family. Keep setting the record straight. I will, brother. Also, always learning, storyteller, thank you so much for the $10. And intricately tangled, learned a lot tonight. Notice you've touched nerves and scrambled. But yeah, they hot out here. I don't care if they mad, be mad. Y'all can be mad at me. It's history. It's right there. You can read it yourself. Got 33 super chats. Can we get 2 more? That'll be 35. That'll be live. Also, appreciate the lesson, Unc. I thank you so much. Mr. Bowden. Dwight Robinson, thank you for the $5 super sticker. Also, Yaya's Kids, excellent class. Thank you so much, Yaya's Kids. And J-Rock 4690, I learned something. All right, awesome. And who else we got here? Super sticker. Silverado 1500. And also Downrange, Uncle D always dropping gems. We still got 33 super chats. Shout out to everybody who contributed those 33 super chats. Look, you don't owe me anything. The only people that I want to give me something are the people that learn something. Apparently, some people just can't be taught. I just clearly, because if I sat here and talked and told y'all knew this already? Y'all knew all this? Y'all knew this already? Y'all knew all of this already? I'm just wasting my time? Is that what happened? Sound like it. Sound like I'm just wasting my time. Damn, I'll do a better job. I guess I'm going to try to do a better job. I'm about to lose my voice. But anyway, so here's the thing, man. Maybe we'll get 33 super chats before I ease on up out of here. I guess we'll see how that works. I'm going to try my best. Y'all some hard people to teach. Whew. Y'all know so much. Y'all learn. Again, you don't owe me anything, but if you learn something, I should earn something. But if y'all knew all this already, golly, I know history professors that don't know this already. Shout out to Sleepy G. Okay, we got 35. Well, maybe one more person will contribute to the super chat, and then I'll be at 35. Look, make sure you contribute to like button. I need y'all to hit that good like button, okay? I need you all to subscribe to the channel. Everybody watching this on the rebroadcast, make sure you subscribe to the channel, okay? This has to pay for itself, which means all the AI stuff. Baby D need diapers. If y'all want to keep saying Baby D, matter of fact, y'all want to keep saying Baby D, y'all got to make sure y'all pay for it. I'll put some Baby D stuff out there for you guys. And I have some more special guests coming in. I have a few critics, since I couldn't get y'all to complain on Saturday night critics. I'm going to get some more people. Shout out to Livette Gibson. Thank you so much, beautiful. I appreciate you. Now, look here. Let me see if I can, wrap this thing up. Yeah, I need one more super chat, and that'll be cool, man. Let me get one more super chat. That'll be real cool, man, but we ain't got it yet. But let me see if I can make that happen. Yeah, one more super chat. I want to talk to y'all a little bit as we ease on up out of here. Okay. Shoot, let me see if I can. Well, here's the thing. Where do I start? Well, this is this is blowing up in February 2026. It's Black History Month, and Black Americans made a decision. We're sitting this one out. And as DHS and ICE target brown immigrant communities, the expectation was that Black people would once again rush to the front lines, marching, protesting, absorbing the backlash, taking the blows. For generations, that's been the pattern. Black bodies lead, others benefit. And when consequences arrive, we're left holding the cost. Right? That's fair, right? Well, this time, that credit card was declined. And that refusal is what people can't tolerate. And so now comes the guilt campaign and the historical revision and emotional blackmail. We helped you escape, right? We're all indigenous. You owe us solidarity. And when that don't work, y'all are colonizers. Somebody type colonizers in the chat room. Look, let me explain something to you, man. You can go anywhere in the world, and there's no place outside of Africa where people are eating African food because they were colonized, where people are speaking African languages because they were colonized, where there are children of African descent because they were colonized, where they're speaking or they're worshiping traditional African spirituality because they were colonized, where we have taken land from people because they were colonized. Africa is full of resources. Never take anything from any other group. And as a man of African descent, I applaud Africans for that. We have our own issues, but what we are not is colonizers, and neither are the foundational Black Americans who are descendants of the African slave trade. Now, we are not 100% African. We are an indigenous people to this land at this point because we were manufactured, bred on this land. How dare you call us colonizers? How dare you try to put us in the same light as the colonizers, as the Arabs, as the white Europeans? How dare you? All because we won't help you. All because your racially charged social class of a culture tells you that you're better than us, so you expect Black bodies to go out there and take the blows for you. No. See, that refusal is what people can't tolerate. I had to talk to the ancestors for a minute. That's why I closed my eyes. Somebody said, how dare you? The ancestors want me to tell them, how dare you? So again, now comes the guilt campaign, historical revision, emotional blackmail. We helped you escape. That's what they're telling us now. Where'd all these, I don't know, where'd all these heroes come from, right? Where'd all these saviors come from? Look, man, let me break it down to you all like this. Let's be honest. Black Americans overwhelmingly voted against the political forces driving these crackdowns right now. And if others had done the same, this moment wouldn't exist. Instead of owning that, the pressure is being redirected towards us. We're not being attacked because we're wrong. We're being attacked because we're refusing to be used, family. You Native Americans need to stop acting like you always innocent. That goes the same for your descendants, the mestizos or Mexicans. Native nations were disposed or dispossessed of their land by the United States, but Native nations practiced black chattel slavery also. And see, those two things can be true at the same time. The 5 civilized tribes, the Cherokee, the Choctaw, the Chickasaw, the Creek, the Seminole, they had adopted plantation slavery. They wrote slave codes. They had their own form of Jim Crow. They punished runaways. They punished interracial marriages between Native American citizens and black citizens while rewarding interracial marriage between white and promoting interracial marriage between white citizens and Native American citizens. You stopped us from earning land, inheriting land. You whipped us, you beat us. And then after the Civil War, the 1866 treaties was the only thing that forced you to give us freedom. Matter of fact, that 1866 treaty required emancipation and citizenship of freedmen. And many of these same tribal governments, you resisted that for 140 years, over a century. And those disputes are still alive today. So when black Americans reject the label foreigners or colonizers or immigrants, that pushback is rooted in documented history. Black people were enslaved in Indian territory. Black people were marched west in chains on the Trail of Tears. Black people were hunted by native and white slave catchers alike. Victimhood does not erase participation in harm. Now, let's talk about these Buffalo Soldiers. The Buffalo Soldiers were created in 1866. Slavery didn't end in the Indian Territory till 1866. Many of the formerly enslaved men or the sons of enslaved people, when they went west, slavery wasn't a distant memory, it was fresh trauma. They fought, and when I say they, I'm talking about the Buffalo Soldiers fought Indians in the Indian Wars. And these same men fought in the Civil War against slaveholding Indian tribes. Indian territory was not neutral ground for black people. Native governments enforced slavery and returned runaway slaves and aligned themselves with the Confederacy and passed racial codes. And let me explain something to you about racial codes. If you have a racial caste system in your society, it doesn't matter that the elites own all the slaves. All the people beneath that participate in oppressing the people who are lowest on the caste. So that means whether you're a rich Choctaw or a poor Cherokee or a rich Seminole or a poor Creek, you still looking down on the black people. So all of y'all are guilty. So when foundational black Americans honor our Buffalo Soldiers, We see men who went from chains to uniforms in one generation. We see survival, we see agency, we see black men navigating a violent landscape shaped by slavery and power. You don't think they knew about those soldiers that I told you about? Those Confederate native soldiers and their vicious ways? John Jumper. You don't think they heard about John Amos, he who goes out to kill? What do you think they saw when they saw those Native Americans that they were fighting against? We got men right now, 20 years out of Iraq, and they still have PTSD. Can you imagine what these black men had to endure? And if a black man was captured by the Confederates, they did him something terrible. So now you fighting the enemy and you like, I'm gonna die if I even get caught. There's no surrender. And now here you come complaining because we as black people are celebrating our heroes that help us become liberated from you all. You mad at the Buffalo Soldiers. Forget you. These men had people who are unalived by Native American Confederate soldiers, friends that they grew relationships with, fighting alongside of other black men. How dare you? You're not a friend to us. We're not allies. You practice slavery. You practice chattel slavery in the worst way. You practice racial codes. So we're going to keep honoring our Buffalo Soldiers. We're going to continue to do that. Just like you honor your war chiefs like Sitting Bull and all those slave-owning Native American chiefs that you had, you're going to keep on doing. We're going to keep on honoring ours. Calling us colonizers. The black presence in this country was never foreign. Before Texas statehood, before the Trail of Tears, before Buffalo Soldiers, black men were already here. They had a man named Esteban Durantes or Esteban the Moor. People sometimes refer to him as Gasper because the Spanish expedition often renamed him and mislabeled him or blended his identities of black men who traveled with them. But Estevanico is the black man I'm talking about. Estevanico was a black African, likely from Morocco, enslaved by the Spanish, who became one of the first non-native people to travel across what is now Florida, Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, and northern Mexico. He did it in the early 1500s, decades before permanent European settlement. He was part of the Narvaez expedition from 1527 to 1536. Most of the Europeans died. Estevanico survived alongside a small group by living amongst native nations for years. And here's the part that gets erased. Estevanico often went ahead of the Spanish. He learned the native languages. He acted as a healer, a trader, a messenger. He made first contact with many of the tribes. And in several native oral traditions of the Southwest, he was the first foreign European that they knew. The first white man that they saw was a black man. That's what they say. That wasn't a mistake. That was Estevanico. And see, here's where things get uncomfortable for modern narrative, for you mestizos. In parts of the Southwest, native accounts describe him as the first dark. He was the first Spaniard that they met, a dark-skinned man. He was the one. So what I'm telling you is that the first Latino in Mexico was a black man from Spain. Native people clearly distinguish between black men who came first and Europeans who followed. It was history that flattened that distinction on purpose. And why this matters? Black people were present in America at the very beginning of European expansion. Black people were not simply brought later or foreign add-ons. Black people were pathfinders and translators and settlers and survivors in the Southwest. So when people today try to label foundational black Americans as foreigners or colonizers or outsiders to this land, they're lying historically and deliberately. Black presence in what became the United States is not new. It's not accidental. It's not dependent on modern immigration. When some Native Americans, all Native Americans, whoever claim moral seniority while erasing black presence or worse, pretending black people arrive only as property, you're ignoring figures like Estevanico because this breaks the story that you want to tell. See, we came before the plantations. We became before Texas was a state. We came before the Trail of Tears. We came before the Buffalo Soldiers. A black man was already here, walking the land before the first white European got here. So who really discovered that land? It's a black man. If he was first, white folk died out on that trip. A black man was already there, walking the land, speaking to the native nations, surviving where Europeans failed. And see, that history alone destroys the lie that black Americans don't belong in the Southwest or any damn where else in this country. So let's be clear, stop projecting your own unresolved racism onto black Americans and black people in general. Stop assuming we're obligated to jump off the bench and rescue your sad self every time your political choices you've made come back to bite you in the booty or the culo. We've stood on the front of every major civil rights struggle in this country, and this time we said no. Somebody typed no in the chat room, no. That doesn't make us lazy or disloyal, it makes us honest. You need to get over the idea that black people exist to save everyone else. You need to get over the bigotry that tells you blackness is something distant, distance yourself from. And get over the fantasy that we owe you solidarity while you deny our history, our status, and our humanity. We're not and you better know damn well we ain't your slaves. If you want real unity, it starts with truth about history, about black presence, and about our culture. Until then, understand this, black Americans are allowed to choose ourselves. And no amount of shaming is going to change that. God bless you all. I love you. I hope you appreciate this conversation. This is Uncle D, and I'm out.
In the Spurling podcast, hit the like button, subscribe.